Muy buenos días a todos desde
Good
Santiago de
morning,
Chile.
everyone from Santiago de Chile. We welcome you all, both those of you that are in the room in person with us, as well as those of you that are accompanying us from other parts of the world. We welcome you to this concessions workshop in desalination plants, an international experience, challenges and opportunities for efficient, innovative, and sustainable development by the Ministry of Public Works of Chile and the IDB. For us, it's a pleasure to have the presence of our participants as well as our virtual audience. Throughout the day, we will first of all like to say that we have simultaneous interpretation for those of you that are accompanying us from other parts of the planet, both in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. And throughout the day, we'll have a series of presentations that will cover the whole cycle of preparation of projects, structuring, and financing in the development of desalination plants. And for us, it's a privilege to co-organize together with the General Concessions Directorate this workshop. And we will start this session with words by our General Concessions Director, Juan Manuel Sanchez Medioli. So we ask him to please address us so that we can then continue with the director of the IDB. He's professor of the architecture, a faculty, urban manager of the City of Wales, and from the Catholic University of Chile. So thank you very much, Juan Manuel, for your participation and for the presence of your whole team. Very well. Thank you, Ancor. We also greet Gastón, who we've been working with the IDB, and I bring you greetings from the government of Chile to all of you that have connected to our meeting. This is an important event, and the heads of division of projects, structuring of projects, financial analysis, private initiatives team, and I want to very especially greet those of you that are following this seminar and that will be listening to these presentations today that are of importance for the region, particularly due to the scenario of climate change, availability, and water security that our countries require to achieve development. In this sense, I celebrate this agreement as an enormous opportunity to be able to have the highest quality in the technical assistance and capacity transfer and knowledge based on the experience of the bank in other countries, and to have a better understanding of the variables that have incidence on the development or structuring of projects to take forward these projects. So we're very pleased to be able to do this. And well, the truth is that within the main challenges that the construction of desalination plants poses in Chile with a territory of over 4,500 kilometers of coast, it is evident that we have the possibility to look for the best conditions for the location of these types of projects. And of course, in line with the demand, and therefore generate an offer that will provide human resources and others in this type of project. And the important thing here, and we will see during this morning's presentations, well, today's presentation specifically, is to ask the right questions in the right order. It's not just a matter of proposing a solution, a project solution, or of infrastructure, given an analysis condition of deficit of water resource, but this has to be part of a larger project. And the question is, what do we want as a country from the point of view of the national strategy of water resources? And this implies from that question or from that answer to ask ourselves how we're going to solve this. So in other words, how are we going to establish the conditions to be able to carry out these projects? And the third is how we're going to finance it. And in this, I want to be very clear. We are in a seminar participating as Concessions Directorate, which is financing concession, but we don't finance what is simply in our scope, but we're a part of a national strategy of the Chilean government to solve water issues, water problems. And public works, therefore, are of the state, and they go beyond governments. And the decisions made today will have an impact on the coming years. And many times, the greatest challenge that we have to be able to overcome is how to make those decisions possible. It's not just a matter of making decisions from central administration, including variables that are at the highest level of decision, but they require an involvement by subnational governments. And it's not just a matter of proposing a project to insert it in the territory, but on the contrary, to know that those territorial prerogatives of the community are being heard, and we, through public-private alliances, can offer an infrastructure mechanism in a defined period of time with the technical quality that this requires, and of course, in a budget that is within the possibilities, the actual possibilities of the country to be able to develop it. So therefore, the role of planning is fundamental. And in this sense, there's also an indivisible condition. We have to be capable of planning and ordering the territory and understanding what the territorial vocations are that promote these decisions, and the plants will play a role in that context. And thirdly, how we finance these projects. So what is the most adequate level or agency? And of course, given my responsibility as public-private director in this matter, we believe that public-private alliances, the General Concessions law, is a very good alternative to take these projects forward. This also, based on a tradition, or rather an experience that this year has existed for 30 years in the country, and it should be capable of responding to the new needs of the current society or of today's society. And although at the beginning we simply focused on solving the connectivity infrastructure and to have an important network of roads under concession that provides support to the country. And today we are rebidding these projects with no conditions, expanding the infrastructure, generating better security conditions. We've also gone in the direction of solving today's issues that will be consolidated in the future. And in this, our infrastructure, our public-private alliance structure of this administration places very important emphasis on two things that are closely related. One obviously has to do with water security, with desalination plants in two regions of the country, in La Serena and in Rancagua, in O'Higgins. And part of what we're doing with the IDB and a bit the purpose of this first seminar, and hopefully it won't be the last, is that we had to take 2 steps backwards and ask ourselves where we insert this and what the country strategy is regarding this new infrastructure that we have very little of in Chile. And the second, this public-private alliance infrastructure, the second thing that it places emphasis on is the sustainable mobility of cities of citizens. Chile also has the most urbanized numbers of the world. Almost 70% of the population lives in cities, and we've been solving interregional connectivity issues, metropolitan, etc. And we think that the time has come to also respond with a sufficient tool to the needs where the population needs it most. And that's why we have very important projects that are new for this organization, such as transportation, electrical transportation. We're going to develop the first railway project that will connect both 2 of the most important areas in the country, the city of Valparaiso and the city of Santiago, combining this with local and express services. So this is going to open these territories up to a world of opportunities, and also with the opportunity to improve this connectivity and turn into a macro region of very important services. between the port services and the capital, services and capital. And also we have monorails in different cities of the country that will add to these cities something that Santiago has already had for a while with an underground transportation system. We want to take this to other cities that deserve it as well, because this improves the quality of life and it implies an enormous effort with these subways, because these different structures will generate different responses in contractual terms, financial structuring. And finally, I'd like to say that this agreement has the purpose of evidently serving as support to our management, but we've also seen on this opportunity the possibility to support in entrepreneurship, the network, and the capacity that other countries have. You that are connected from the region and our Latin American brotherhood. It gives us the opportunity to share experiences. What has been done in Peru, what is being done in Colombia and Mexico is as valid as what we're doing here. And the important thing is that in this short period of time, we should be capable of transferring that knowledge, of supporting each other. And what better way than to have the IDB to serve as that bridge that will allow this permanent dialogue. So I hope that today will be a wonderful opportunity to review, to share these experiences, and also to answer many questions that at least our team, and I imagine that in other countries as well, you have regarding experiences that the IDB could probably comment on. So once again, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you for this cooperation, and I'm sure that our thrust will make you have to hurry and try to catch up to us. And well, during these 3 years that are left, we hope that we can open a bid to these projects that will open doors to others as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. Now we give the floor to María Florencia Tademojil. She's a representative of the IDB group in Chile. María Florencia has a PhD in law of the University of the Coast in Argentina, and also from the law faculty of the University of Chicago. She also received a Fulbright scholarship and is part of the Bar Association of Buenos Aires in New York. So we now give the floor to our representative of the IDB group in Chile. We welcome you all to this concessions workshop and desalination plants organized by the IDB, together with the General Directorate, Concessions Directorate. In late 2022, the General Concessions Directorate signed a technical cooperation agreement with the IDB, focused on institutional strengthening in matters of preparation and sustainable financing of projects, with focus on sustainability components and citizens' participation. This cooperation reinforces the decision by the government of Chile and the IDB group to work in a coordinated and efficient way in the development of an infrastructure that promotes growth and equality. Sustainable infrastructure challenges that the region faces, as well as the need to efficiently attract the private sector through schemes of public-private associations or concessions that generate social well-being, are adequate for the region, and Latin America and the Caribbean need to invest over $2 billion before 2030 to achieve sustainable development goals. If we talk about sectors with great potential to achieve efficiencies and sustainable development, we can specifically refer to water and sanitation in general and desalination in particular. And although 32% of renewable water resources worldwide are in Latin America and the Caribbean, there's great variability in their distribution, and there are zones that live under water stress. The concessions in desalination are an efficient alternative that is innovative and sustainable because they lower pressure on natural water, freshwater sources. They reduce costs of water, and ensure the quality, supplemented under regulatory frameworks that are transparent, sound, public-private alliances are an effective tool at the time of promoting these solutions. Specifically from the IDB group, we have this one-stop shop for public-private alliances to strengthen regulatory frameworks, the institutional ones, and of planning, as well as their preparedness, prioritization, and structuring of projects. We are decided and determined to continue to support any initiative that promotes sustainable and efficient development and private participation that guarantees maximum standards. And for this, I invite you to participate today in this workshop where we will share the best practices and experiences regarding this. Good morning. Thank you very much. We thank our representative in Chile and director of the Southern Cone. And with no further ado, we will now go over the agenda, the schedule that gathers us today. The idea today is to hear international experiences as well as regional ones in the development of concessions and desalination plants with a focus on key sustainability, innovation, water, energy, links, and sustainability components of models and business cases. And for this today, we will be hearing, and we thank for the participation of colleagues from different parts of the world, the international experience that comes from Israel, and we want to thank the Economic Development Office of Chile and of Israel and Chile, and also the experience of the colleagues that are joining us from over there, as well as the cases of Japan and other international experiences that will be discussed. And at the end of the day or in the afternoon, we'll hear the presence or the experience of the region, and specifically the cases of Peru and Brazil and the structuring of desalination concessions. So with no further ado, I'd like to go into the first panel. In this first panel, and the main objective is to show not only the importance that this has for us, as our representative mentioned, the water and sanitation sector and the desalination plants and the role that they play in the efficient and sustainable development of infrastructures in the presence of the climate change that we're facing, but to show that this is a work agenda that is in line and that is reinforced, and that we intend to continue expanding with the General Concessions Directorate as an alternative to multi-purpose water resources that is definitely relevant because of matters of scale and also in the use of water, as we will see in the presentations. And in the PPA team, the IDB, that will be presented by Gastón Astesiano and by myself, Ancor Suárez, economist of the team. We would also like to highlight this coordination with our Division of Water and Sanitation of the IDB group, and therefore I'll ask our colleague from the division and who is responsible for the Division of Water and Sanitation in Chile, Germán Sturzenegger, and also Andrés Zancada from Aqua Advice. And he's the business development director of Aqua Advice, and he will be presenting based on the work that is being done as a joint effort between the Division of Water and Sanitation of the IDB group and the PPA team. And Germán, I give you the floor, and we will next start with the presentation by Aqua Advice. Alex, excellent anchor. Thank you very much. I understand that you can hear me. Thank you for the invitation, for the space, and also to the director and the whole team of concessions. I hope that I'll be able to work with you soon, hand in hand, on this program and this agenda. And just a few comments on the importance of this agenda and how we want to carry it out. And a bit of context. Florencia also mentioned this in terms of the challenge that we face as a region in matters of water security, and almost 35% of the population of Latin America and the Caribbean live in zones with extreme, moderate or extreme water stress. And this percentage is considered that it will increase to over 40% of the population. And what this leaves clear or makes clear is the enormous challenge that we face as a region in matters of water security. And maybe, or probably in no country in the region, this is more visible and evident than in Chile. And going into desalination, what we are observing is that the technological improvements and of energy efficiency have led to a significant reduction in the average desalination costs, turning it into a competitive and safe option in many contexts and geographies where before it wasn't possible. And that's why we have this title of desalination as an alternative to water, as an alternative to the challenges that we face in this water or hydric balance. And if we analyze the reality of some geographies in our region in detail, more than an alternative that could be justified by its cost effectiveness or its financial viability, what we are observing evidently is that desalination is today a need. If we model water scenarios, to use the terminology of the sector, hydric, what we see is that there is no plan B to respond to the current demand in the future when we consider the multiple uses, municipal, industrial, and agricultural. And as the director said, desalination today in many contexts, in many countries in our region, starts to be a central part of the national strategies for the management of water resources. And I think that Chile is taking a decisive step in this sense. And from the division, we welcome this type of space and these discussions in which we can learn about co-financing cases, public-private financing, because this is something that the sectors need. It's a public agenda, it's a private agenda, but it is especially a public-private agenda, especially in what refers to financing and the acceleration and the scaling of solutions for desalination in Chile and our region. And maybe there I'm going to step ahead on some things that will be presented later. And based on the needs that we have in the region, we're one of the least advanced regions in terms of development of desalination plants. I think that Andres will show you this, but basically from the almost 1,800 plants that exist in Latin America and the Caribbean, either the desalination of seawater or brackish water, there are large plants of 20,000 cubic meters, or in La Escondida in Chile to hundreds of plants that are distributed in the region for mining, tourism, food, among others. As to human consumption, this is an emerging activity. Chile was the precursor, was the pilot in this, and this is being applied in northeast of the country in areas such as Fortaleza. And we're going to hear about that experience as well, and from where we see it. This agenda has a lot of potential to respond to the challenges, water resource challenges that we face in the region. And maybe with multi-purpose projects, we can think beyond these specific geographies. And that is why, in my case, from the water and sanitation sector, but also the whole IDB group. And that's why we're hand in hand with Gastón, with Ancor, with the whole public-private alliance group, supporting the public and the private sectors and innovating and lowering the risk of the investments, developing and structuring better projects. And it's also important to develop a policy framework that will generate the adequate incentives. So we hope that this workshop will be useful for everyone, and especially, as the director said, for the colleagues of the directorate that now have the challenge to enhance this and apply this agenda in the countries that need it. So Ancor, back to you, and thank you for this space. Thank you, Germán. And here we will continue with a presentation by Andres Ancada, Business Development Director of Aqua Advice. And I thank you beforehand for the presentation. And if you can please share your screen. Thank you very much.
No me, Perdón, porque no me sale la pantalla ahora de...
I'm sorry, apologies, but I can't show my screen. I can't share. No, don't worry. We'll wait.
Ah, bueno.
Now, okay.
Ya ve mi pantalla, ¿verdad?
Vemos la
You
pantalla.
can see my screen now, right? Yes, we can. And we see it. We see it in full screen. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I want to introduce myself and introduce my company. I'm the director of business and business director and business development director in Aqua Vice. And well, we've had experiences in the industry working for engineering of the sector, focused in Latin America. I had the opportunity to live in Chile for 3 years, so I'm very aware of the reality of the country, seeking to develop projects for my company back then, and desalination projects, also industrial waters in Latin America, from Mexico to the Southern Cone. Aqua Advice, an advertising minute, is a boutique company, highly specialized in desalination. And we've provided service to all the stakeholders, all the actors that work in the desalination sector. We have branches in Madrid and Spain, but we provide service to all 5 continents. I'm going to present in very general terms on the market, the concession models, and at the end, I'll talk a bit about the most multi-project part and multi-client. And then colleagues from other companies will go into depth on specific projects, prior experiences, etc. So continuing, first we have to understand the problem. The problem is, well, we've heard a lot about climate change. Yes, climate change produces or generates problems, but the main problem of our planet is population, and is considered that by 2030, it will reach 9 billion inhabitants around the world, which will deepen water problems in the most developed countries. OECD countries will also have higher rates, and also in developing countries, these water demands have been exponentially increased. And between 1915 and 2015, the world demand of water has been multiplied by 6. So what does this mean? That the water that is on planet Earth is the same always. And it leads us to look for new water sources to respond to this very important increase in the demand, and this new stress that this increase in the population and economic development generates or causes on water sources. So where do we look for this? And the conventional sources that we call, that are the ones that we all know: rivers, meltwater from mountains, reservoirs, underground water. And we look for alternatives in 2 fronts: what we would call non-conventional resources, where we have the desalination of seawater and brackish water, and the reuse of wastewater. This last field with potential, a very important potential worldwide. Today, wastewaters receive primary or secondary treatment and are returned either to rivers or to the ocean, mainly, with which we lose the potential to reuse that water. Countries such as Israel or Spain have made important advances in the use of this wastewater, but it could be used from agricultural irrigation for non-human consumption products, even up to human consumption water, as is proposed in projects in California, the United States, or in Singapore. Another important aspect at the time of facing this water stress that we've been facing in recent years because of all this development, is to face more evident things, which are savings in water consumption and the reduction of leaks. One of the problems that especially developing countries have is the large percentage of loss in the existing sources of drinking water. And we would have to reduce all those leaks that in some cases can be of up to 50 or 70% of the drinking water that is produced. And the same with savings. And this occurs more in developed countries or where water stress is obvious and evident. And we ask the population to make small efforts to save water, and also private entities are seeing it from an environmental point of view with the water footprint, everything that has to do with water consumption. All the efforts for water, the reduction of water consumption are welcomed. All the savings that are achieved, and because of the image that those companies give to their consumers. Well, this is just a bit to understand the problem that we're facing, not only in Latin America, but worldwide, especially in the regions of high water stress, the Middle East, some parts of Australia, Africa, and to understand what the solutions of non-conventional resources are and what we're focusing on in this workshop, which is the desalination. I'm very quickly going to go over the technologies, desalination technologies, and here we have two groups: thermal technologies. And well, traditionally we've used thermal and electrodialysis techniques and reverse osmosis, and during the past 10-15 years has been used in the majority of the plants. But just so that you can know about the technologies that have been used, we have the multi-stage flash, which is a process that is vastly used in countries with abundant sources of energy, as occurred in the Middle East with different temperatures that requires a high use of energy. Here we use different sources of heat, and therefore achieving a source where vapor is condensed again, and we obtain a source of water without salt. And then the mechanical compression, vapor compression, which is used in countries where the mid temperatures are high and where energy is relatively of low cost. Then we would have the multi-effect desalination, which is a process of evaporation condensation, where we use an adjacent plant, very common in countries such as the Middle East. This residual vapor is the heating caused by evaporation. And then we would go into membrane technologies such as electrodialysis, which is a technology based on the transportation of ions through selective membranes and an electric field, and produce sources of water, some with salt, others without. All these sources, as I've said, produce two lines of water, one with low concentration of salts, which is permeated, and one with high concentration of salts, which is brine. And the more traditional one, which is the reverse, it's returned to the environment, to the sea, with a higher concentration of salts. Now we're going to go into the jewel of the crown, which is reverse osmosis. It's a process that is found in natural processes in our cells. And it exists when two solutions with different concentrations are separated by a semi-permeable membrane. This is a membrane that allows the passage of water, but not of the salts. There's a natural group so that the less concentrated part and the most concentrated part to equal these parts. And this happens naturally in the plants and the animals in our cells. And this related pressure is what we call the osmotic pressure. And the name of reverse osmosis implies the application of a pressure that that is opposite to this osmotic pressure that regulates the process and makes that water with a higher concentration of salts pass through the membrane to leave a flow, which is permeated with the low concentration of salts and a flow, and the brine with a higher concentration of salts. And as I said before, this technology today supposes from over 10 to 15 years, over 95% of all the plants that are being built worldwide. And in fact, one of the largest trends that we will see in current markets in the Middle East has been the replacement of desalination plants with thermal technologies to desalination plants with membrane techniques, practically all of them with reverse osmosis.
As I was saying, this is just for you to have some background as to how these technologies work. As I said, what we call SWRO, seawater reverse osmosis, is the most widespread technology. As you can see in these charts about from desal data, you can see that between 2016 and 2022, the new desalination plants that have been put into operation in terms of capex in millions of dollars, they have basically disappeared. And I mean, they will completely disappear soon. So we're talking about a $33.1 billion around the world, and the thermal plants are basically on their way out. It's just about $150 million out of that. So also important, there's also importantly, there's the desalination technology for brackish water, which is still there. Some of the groundwater contains some salt, not as much as seawater, and there are brackish water desalination plants. And they're easier to desalinate because there isn't that much of a salt concentration there. And so it's easier to get cubic meters of water from that kind of water. But brackish water sources are more difficult to get to because seawater is on the surface and groundwater is more difficult to get to. So about what the major markets are. Traditionally, desalination has been in place since the late 1800s even. You know, there are historical data going back to some minimal desalination processes in ancient Egypt and in Peru, in the Inca Empire. You know, these have always been a quest for human beings from antiquity. So if we move on to the 20th century and the 21st century with the new technologies coming on board, the unit cost for the production of cubic meters of every cubic meter of water went down, and then desalination experienced a boom. Initially, desalination was an expensive technology. It was only affordable to certain countries. As I said, countries with low cost energy sources, as the Middle East or others that were in a position to afford in the past the cost of desalinated water. So these data are 2022 data. So the largest desalination market in the world is Saudi Arabia, producing over 16 million cubic meters of water for all of its population from coast to coast, from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. Still about Saudi Arabia, it does build mega projects, more than 500,000 cubic meter plants. The United States is another very large market. It's the number one most developed country in the world. Certain states in the United States do have a shortage of fresh water, such as California, Texas, Florida, to name a few. And there are very many plants. They're smaller in size, but they are all over the country. And the water market, the brackish water desalination market is also very big. So they produce over 9 million cubic meters a day. And then there is, 13 million, and the United Arab Emirates is third, and then Spain comes in fourth with a large installed online capacity for desalination. And there is a great deal of work that has been going on since the early 2000s. And we also have what we call a lab, a desalination lab in the Canary Islands. And because of its features, they've always had very small desalination plants for both human consumption and also for industry. And they've always been pioneers. They're groundbreaking. They were never afraid of using new technologies. They are very innovative and daring. And they have been at the forefront of all of our innovation in that area. Then, of course, Israel and Australia, arid countries with and very developed industries, and they also take strategic steps to supply drinking water to the population and also to agriculture and industry. In Israel, especially, there is water stress, and there are some political issues that, of course, are obvious. They needed to be independent from certain water sources, and they needed to be self-reliant, and that's why they are among the top 6 in this area, and the same goes for Australia. And then in Latin America and the Caribbean, the main markets are Brazil, Chile, and the Caribbean. In Latin America, as I said, hasn't really taken off. It's amongst the least developed when it comes to desalination, but it is getting better. And Brazil, on account of its industry, and Chile, especially the mining industry, the copper industry, have developed some mega projects, and they do have some large plants for the industry. In Chile, there 99.9% of the population, certain regions of Chile consume desalinated water. And the Caribbean, of course, is made up of mostly islands, and water reservoirs are difficult to replenish. Water is scarce, and in order to supply the population, industry, manufacturing, and also the tourism industry, these small desalination plants have been put in place. I will speed up because I think I'm running out of time. As you can see, here I have some information about the expectations for CapEx and OpEx investment between now and 2027. As you can see, for CapEx, we're talking about new desalination plants. It's Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and China, together with the program that has been announced for the development of desalination, are going to be dominating the market up until 2027. Chile, Peru, and Brazil are amongst the top 20 markets up until 2020. As for OpEx, there's a bit different picture because we're talking about investment or expenditures on online plants. Spain is planning to expand its capacity, but not through new plant construction, but it will invest more in plant management. The same goes for Brazil and Chile and the Caribbean. These are markets with plants already in operation, and that will require investment for operation. So, as I said before, we talked about the municipal to industrial use water. What we see in the world, as opposed to Latin America, we're talking about 70% of the water from desalination being used for municipal consumption, utility consumption. So the utilities, the companies, the agencies provide drinking water for human consumption. About 26% it goes to the industry. In Latin America, the picture is rather different. Brazil, for example, 87% of desalination plants feed the industry. In Chile, 70% goes to, there's oil and gas in Brazil and mining as the major industries in Chile. In the Caribbean, it's the other way around. A very small percentage of desalination plants feed the industry. Most of the water desalinated by these plants goes to human consumption and the tourism industry, which is a major player in the region. Now, as I said before, desalination costs used to be very high, and that's why this could only be afforded by countries with low cost energy sources or that were under a great deal of water stress. So we have seen the trend, and this comes from a plant in Israel, if I'm not mistaken, and this is expressed in US dollars by cubic meter. There is a downward trend in terms of costs. Right before the pandemic, there was a rather unsustainable fight to the bottom, so to speak, to see who could provide the cheapest cubic meter of water. You know, it was a competition between Israel, a race to the bottom, so to speak, between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which led to 0.35 cents per cubic meter. Very, very low. With the advent of the pandemic, costs went up, as you know, and so there was a rebound, and now prices have leveled off in the Middle East and are trending back towards $0.5, $0.7 per cubic meter. Of course, this will depend on several geographical issues and other variables. You know, the cost of per cubic meter in Latin America is about $1. So, of course, there is an effort being made to bring those rates down, and competitive prices were attained in that way. Here is an example of a breakdown of water tariffs. And that's important for two reasons. Number one, a third of the amount goes into power, just energy. That's the main cost. And then for production of desalinated water, then there are operation and management costs, and then financing costs. This is a plant in Saudi Arabia, and the price is 0.655 on the dollar. This is Saudi Arabia, but there are different examples from different countries. What do we need to see here? The factors that lead to these changes, what's included in that breakdown. Of course, the energy costs are not the same in Chile as they are in Egypt. Capital costs or capital expenditures are not the same. Capital costs, a financial advisor in the United States will charge you a different fee from one in South Africa or somewhere else. But at least we have to bear in mind what the components are in this breakdown when it comes to funding a desalination plant, and what the factors are that have an impact on these variables. I would also like to touch upon economies of scale. Desalination is a clear example of economies of scales in action. As you can see in this chart, There are 5 examples of plants. We're talking about 600,000, 150,000, 50,000, 6,000, and about 500 cubic meters produced a day. So here are the costs. So you see how much. It's about $3,000 per cubic meter if for the smaller sized plants, whereas we're talking about much less for the larger plants. And that creates economies of scale, and that explains why there are some mega projects, especially in the most developed economies in the Middle East. Of course, this poses technical challenges when plants are that big, and that has become a drag on technological development. So because when they decide to put these technologies in place, they want to use proven technologies and technologies that have been used already. I mean, we're talking about 900 cubic meters a day, daily production in the United States, for example, which is much larger than what certain countries have for the whole country. And I'm talking about a single plant in the Middle East, that was. So now let's talk about PPPs and the private sector. I will give you a list of elements just on a general level. I won't tell you what a PPP is because we all know what a public-private partnership is, but there are 3 aspects, basic aspects. So a PPP must involve a private sector and a public sector entity contributing into the development of public infrastructure. So there must be private involvement in financing and also the operation and sometimes management, and there is risk sharing, and usually the public sector keeps the asset. So whoever manages risk best will do best, of course. And we're not talking just about energy pass-throughs that allow for energy or power supply, but that doesn't, there's no single solution to it. It depends on the case. And also there is a long-term contract put in place. So we're talking about maybe between 20 and 35 years of operation. And so these are long-term contractual relationships. If I may, I'd like to talk about the advantages of PPPs. And I've been working on this my whole life, so I can tell you about my experience with desalination. The advantages for the public sector is that all the budget is shared and diluted over 20 to 35 years, as I said. And no payments are made until the end of the public works. And so the private sector partner does advance all of the funds for the construction, which we're talking about 18 to 24 months, including the part that goes into the sea. And we're talking about maybe a plant that provides 20,000 cubic meters a day. And for the public sector, I mean, it reduces certain risks that are shifted to the private sector, and the public sector retains ownership of the public sector organization, as happens with a concession contract. And these assets are not on balance and they're not recorded as debt, as a liability on the balance sheet of the government. And there are certain advantages, other advantages, when a private sector entity puts in money, and we're talking about maybe for 100,000 cubic meters a day, we're talking about between 80 and $100 million. And it's a lot of money. And under a contract, as I said, involving that private entity, and 25 years ahead of them. So the builder, the person, and those in charge of the technology and the silent partner will do their best to have the best possible operating plan over the next 20 to 25 years, because over that period of time, it's the private entity that will get a return on their investment. They'll get back their investment with very good returns, but that will also benefit the public sector in that a very good quality service will be provided. So that's the EPC model, engineering, procurement, and construction. If there's only an EPC model, then they'll go for the cheapest possible solution, because they will try to meet all technical specifications, but at the lowest cost. And that's a problem when we're talking about 30 years into the future.
En el rol del sector privado en la financiación.
As to the role of the private sector in financing, I have talked about that already, but there's one thing that needs to be made clear. We're all familiar with the PPPs involving hospitals, roads, airports, ports, etc., seaports. But for water supply, there is a little bit of pushback sometimes from society when it comes to the involvement of the private sector in water supply, as it's seen as a human right, water, access to water, and governments are under the obligation to ensure that there is clean water supplied to the population. So how much do we, to what extent do we want the private sector to become involved? But this is changing quite radically. There is an interest in private sector participation and involvement due to all of the advantages that I just listed. In Europe, especially in Spain, there's some very visible cases or case studies, such as Aguas de Barcelona, or as we see in Chile, in Aguas Andina, Esval, and others, or Aguas Altofagasta. And also concession contracts in desalination water through irrigation canals, etc., but to a lesser degree. But this is a change that emerged in the Middle East and is now permeating the world as a whole. Spain did have funds from the European Union, and so it didn't start off that early. We started with Aqua, and that has funded the desalination, these desalination plants. So the water sector and PPPs in Latin America. So what is the current institutional framework? Usually the question is, who makes the decisions and who decides about tariffs and how to increase them? And oftentimes there are utility companies that are on the verge of bankruptcy or are bankrupt and are not creditworthy. So there is an institutional problem in Latin America. It's not just that you don't know who to deal with, but whether these utility companies are in a position to become a partner. And we've also seen certain threats in the sector in certain countries, and where they change their minds and that they withdraw the concessions sometimes, but that does create concerns. Let's say those who want to turn private investment into public investment, and so that creates jittery investors. Also, investment in infrastructure. According to the IDB, Latin America should invest 0.5% of its GDP up until 2030 on a yearly basis to have the to have good levels of desalination, water treatment, and clean water. So Chile is a good example of a good situation, and Brazil is aiming for 100% coverage of drinking water to the population and treatment of wastewater over the next 10 years. But that's happening in spite of the change of administration in Brazil. And also many utility companies currently might become privatized and can and might be under concession, services under concession. And but there's a lot of many of the utilities, water utilities are subsidized. Some users do not pay for water. The water taxes or fees are used for different purposes, not necessarily go back into water production. And that's why private investment in certain sectors in certain countries, and certainly in desalination, but depending on whether it's for municipal or industrial uses, is discouraged. I mean, private participation, private involvement is discouraged. This is a typical structure of a PPP for a desalination plant. And when it comes to shareholders and creditors, a specific, a special purposes vehicle is created with the involvement of a silent partner, and then their creditors. They provide debt. So the ratio is about 25 to 75%, 25% equity and 75% debt. And we're talking about now the contracts, EPC and O&M. And then the PPP contract with the public sector partner, and the O&M can be done directly or through an intermediary that takes the water and resells it. So briefly, there's a chart here on the right-hand side where you can see new contracts around the world for desalination plants. EPC is on its way out. The latest data that we have date back to 2020, which was not a very good year due to the pandemic, but there is a considerable increase with certain fluctuations in the different contract models, from traditional EPC to more concessional models such as DBO, BOT, independent water plants, projects. And this is a trend that is widespread around the world. So in closing, let me mention two additional things: multi-client and multi-purpose plans. This is another trend that we have seen, and there are certain cases, noteworthy cases in Latin America. Multi-client plants are a single plant that has a specific type of client, but several clients. So the APAC plant in Chile supplies several mining companies in the area. So the idea is to benefit from an economies of scale, to have a much larger plant than would be called for a single mining plant, and to cater to several clients. In APAC, in Chile, there's always a need for an off-taker, a client that is large enough to warrant the launch of the project, thus effectively acting as a trigger. And then the smaller clients come on board as well. That doesn't mean that you can't have a multi-client project with two large clients, but the idea is for the smaller players that cannot have an ad hoc desalination plant built just for them to come on board. And there are several benefits. financial, environmental, economies of scale, etc. And we know that the Chilean government has always supported these types of solutions. And the ANAPAC project is not in place, structured in that way yet, but it's been there for a long time, and it could be a case study. And then there are the multi-purpose plants that service different types of clients: industrial, municipal, agricultural clients. And this leverages all of the benefits that we've talked about, aside from this extra benefit, such as Point Lisas in Trinidad and Tobago. So usually there's a single off-taker, which is WASA, which is the water utility company in TNT, so that the private company it sells the water to that company, and the company decides what to do with it. So what's the major benefit here? WASA sells water to industrial clients at a higher tariff than municipal water. So industrial water can always be sold at higher prices than those paid by the population for household consumption. And WASA uses that extra money that comes in from industrial clients to subsidize water for household uses, for municipal uses, with obvious benefits for the local population.
These solutions are good, but they have their problems, especially with multi-clients. The financial structuring with creditors that provide debt and private partners. When you have more than one contract for water, it's complicated, because what happens when one of these clients, due to whatever circumstance, stops paying? Who's responsible for that default? So it can affect the overall life of that project, not only the client. So from a point of view of the structuring of risk management, and as I've said before, the cowardly money of financing projects, we still have to improve the solution, as I said. And I will very quickly close. The IDB has asked me to talk about things that are being done in technology, the latest news, and I'm including two examples here. Submarine desalination. And just summarizing, this is a desalination plant. Instead of having it on the coast, we have it at a depth of 400 meters in the sea. And this measure comes from the offshore oil and gas company in Norway that works up to 200 meters depth. And what it is looking for are the advantages of being at this depth. The quality of water at 400 meters depth, there is not much biota, there's no life, and the pressure of the water column is above the desalination system. Then in CapEx and OpEx, and although it is a technology that has still not been put to practice at a 100% level, it has much potential. And in the case of Spain, for example, the cost of land in the Mediterranean coast is very high. It is to take the surface footprint of the desalination plant, and then artificial intelligence and the maintenance of desalination plants is supposing a great change in the mindset of the operation and maintenance of desalination plants. And we're saying that there are softwares that make decisions by the second. They learn by the second, and they're being predictive, so they know when is the best time to change a membrane, when the pressure has to be increased or lower, depending on the salinity level that I have at that moment, in a matter of seconds or microseconds. And it's not only in a matter of seconds, but the software learns from all the episodes in which the plant operates on a daily basis. So this generates savings up to 10%. I said that energy was a third of the cost per public meter. We're talking about important savings. And I also want to comment the successful case of a Chilean company that forecasts. It's called Bloom Alert, and it forecasts through satellite information. It forecasts the arrival of red algae blooms. And with the satellite information, they can inform even 48 hours earlier the arrival of red algae blooms. So then the plant does not operate in a reactive way, but in a predictive way. And this is also essential, so that any decision making, knowing that these red blooms are coming, it saves energy or even downtime, because there have been occasions when the arrival of red algae blooms has caused downtime. So, well, I think that that is all. I've tried to give you a very general overview of the desalination process. It is very interesting, and I'm open to answer any question you may have. Excellent presentation, Andres. Well, yes, we have gone over a few minutes of the hour, but it's been a very detailed presentation. And with a technical and strategic approach that we consider is relevant in this information phase. Given that we are slightly over time, I would suggest to continue with the next session and leave the questions for when we have time for them. So I just want to thank Andres for his excellent presentation, and also for the joint work that, together with the Division of Water and Sanitation represented by Germán here, and with the PPA team represented by Gastón and myself, we will be publishing and developing together with Andres and the team. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andres. So we will now go into the presentation by the next panel, public-private experiences in planning, financing of desalination plants. And for this, I want to introduce Juan Eduardo del Torre, who is a head of division of the Studies Division of the General Concessions Directorate, to moderate this session. Thank you very much, Juan Eduardo, not only for the panel, but also for the excellent co-organization that you have been doing. Thank you very much, Ancor. Greetings, good morning to everyone from Chile and the region. I must say, Ancor, that when you proposed that I introduce this panel, it truly motivated me because of the relevance of the topics that it includes. And in that, we have to bear in mind that Chile and many countries of the region are experiencing a prolonged drought in the framework of the associated climate change. And this has us in this pathway towards hydric transition, with the corresponding challenges for the security of the resource. And in this sense, many of us somehow feel anxious because the state cannot be late and with an inadequate coordination to this need. And in that sense, it is very important to be aware of the need of structuring robust projects. And when I talk about robust projects, I'm referring to projects that have a clear definition of the compliance with their environmental commitments, licenses, and also the standards of territorial discussion, which are necessary in this field. And this is why in this panel, we're going to talk about the topics on planning, on governance, and financing in matters of desalination. We will be accompanied this morning by Hillel Mossack. He is an engineer of MECRAT, which is the National Water company of Israel, and we will also be accompanied by Takashi Matsumitsu, who belongs to Mitsui Company, which is a very important company with international presence in the Middle East and Chile as well. So first, we will, we have Mitsui's presentation? Yes, yes. Okay, perfect. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Takashi Matsumitsu from Mitsui, and it's a pleasure to participate in the meeting. And it is a pleasure to be seated here. So, yes, and I'm head of projects of infrastructure in Latin America and even Chile, Peru, Colombia, and even hydrogen and water, renewable energy, and other types of infrastructure. But considering the time I have today, I would really appreciate it if you allowed me to speak English.
Start to share and our project in the all over world, Mitsui. But here, this chart does not include the past project in the world. For example, we had a concession in China and Singapore and Europe as well. But we already sold such a project. So this chart shows that the asset we are currently having. So, and you can see we have the 2 potable to water supply concession in Thailand and Mexico. And in Mexico, we have the 4 concession for municipalities. That is a big asset. And actually, I worked for our subsidiary in Mexico to manage for this 5 project in Mexico from 2015 to 2017. Then after that, the bottom of the line, as you already know, we have the desalination and the conveyance system project to supply the water to BHP Spence mine in Misiones. So actually, I was assigned that project from 2017 October when we just signed the contract with BHP. And I was in charge of such project for 3 and 4 years to manage the execution of the construction and startup for the operation. So I have a lot of the experience in this water sector and the concession area, and not only in Chile, but also in Mexico. So based on such my experience, I'd like to share about our idea about what's in Chile, what kind of the project for water section will be needed. So that is today's my main presentation. So firstly, I'd like to explain about the background for the multi-client water desalination project. Why the water desalination project is necessary for Chile. The first point is obviously the north part of the Chile is suffering from the severe drought. So it's a very obvious. So I'd like to skip that point. So, and the next point is it's a little bit important. So currently some mines, only big mines, it has their own desalination project, right? So, for example, and the BHP has an Escondida project, and they started the desalination project in 2050, if I'm correct. But then, what they did, BHP did, is they outsourced the whole project, desalination project, to the third party. And fortunately, we won that competition, and we executed the construction. So I'm not the person of the BHP, so it's just my opinion. But BHP has expense to manage the project of the Escondida desalination project and the conveyance project. And based on my experience, that's desalination project itself is proven in all over the world. And the conveyance system, there is a contractor, right? But the combination of those projects is very difficult to manage because you have to manage the all schedule on the desalination plant and the all schedule the conveyance system. And you have to take a risk or a both risk, right? So that's why that is one of the reasons that BHP, it is my opinion, but BHP decided to outsource the project to the third party. Not only the purpose for the saving the capex, the investment, but also the such function is very complicated, and they decided to do so. So currently, some mines try to manage by themselves, but the project is a very special, and it's a combination of the conveyance system and the water. So that's the second reason. The third reason, as a mine is not the only party who needs water. As you know, as a middle of the size or small size industry and mines also needs water, and agriculture as well, and the community, and in the future hydrogen project needs water as well, right? But unfortunately, the capex for the desalination and the conveyance system project is very big, right? Big capex. So it's not possible for those industry to have its own project. So that's why they want to have the water, but they need the they don't have the creditability, nor they don't have the money to invest. So that's why the multi-client water desalination project is necessary for not only the mine, but also the all industry and the people and the agriculture and the hydrogen project in the future. So that is the third point. And as long as I understand, in the last year, the beginning of the last year, in Chile, the water code is reformed. And the new water code says the first priority is human consumption. The water, the first occurrence of water, human consumption. So that means when even the big mine wants to start its own desalination project, they need to think about how to contribute to the human consumption, because that's kind of the area all people, all industry are suffering from the lack of water, right? So the mine has to think about how to supply the water, not only the mine, but also the community. So that means the last point, the social license is very important. So when you think about this desalination project, you have to think how to contribute to the whole community, all area in the world. So that is the last point. So with those backgrounds, multi-client water desalination project is necessary, absolutely necessary for Chile. But of course, there is a difficulty and this type of the multi-client desalination project. So I pick up some point of the difficulty of the project. And first point, and the long timeline to supply desalinated water. So please think about that. If we decide to start the desalination, multi-client desalination project today, how long does it take to supply the water? So first, you have to start preparation for RCA, right? Of course, you need to have the several maritime concession or several permission, but the bottleneck of the process is RCA process. And first, you have to look for the land location, project location, and the cost side, right? And then you have to have the impact study, and you have to observe 4 seasons. So that means that you take at least 1 year. So, and considering the preparation for the you have to design the capacity of the desalination plant, and of course you have to design the route of the pipeline to supply the off-taker. But in this stage, it's very difficult to negotiate with the potential off-taker, because for potential off-taker, they need water now. But when we discuss at this stage, it takes, please see the below. After that, RCA takes 2 years and the negotiation 1 year and the construction at 2.5 to the 3.5. So that means even we negotiate at this moment with off-taker, it takes 6 years to have the water. So do you think really off-taker think about such an option in the 6 years? So the answer is not. So that's why it's very difficult to arrange the off-taker and design the project at this stage. But anyway, it takes 1 and 2 years at least. And then normally it takes 2 years for RCA process. And fortunately, if you have the approval or RCA, normally, Mitsui discussed with many developers for such type of multi-client desalination project, and almost all of them say after the approval of RCA, we can start the construction. But in reality, it's impossible because the project needs 1,000 documents for the contract. And here is an example of take agreement and the EPC on the agreement, and of course, project finance agreement, land, energy, and the right of way, and etc. So you have to at least 1 year to negotiate and settle and sign at the same time. So, for example, the BHP case, if I'm correct, after they obtained their RCA 2015 or 14, and after 3 years, they finally decide to have the tender and decide to nominate the developer. So even the captive project, it takes 2 years or 3 years, and the Codelco case is still negotiating, right? So this point is also important. So this type of project is not easy to have for the documentation. So that is the point. And after that, as you know, the construction normally it takes from 2.2, 3.5 to 3.5. So one of the biggest difficulty challenge in this multi-client design project is a timeline. Okay. And of course, from now on, considering the ESG point of view, we need to use renewable energy for the not only the desalination plant, but also the pump station, the conveyance system. But normally the desalination plants are working the 24 years, so it's a little bit challenging. But I believe this the detail of the technique will be discussed in the afternoon with the professionals, right? So this is the another. And so as I mentioned, the capex in this water supply project is quite high. And maybe some of you remember that 3 years ago or 4 years ago, some people suggest the concept of the water highway from the north part of the Chile to the Santiago. And that concept is very good, and I love that. But the difficult problem on that concept is at this point, high capex. And this is a very lovely estimation, but based on our project, the cost of the pipeline is almost around 1 million per kilometer. Of course, it depends on the size of the pipeline, but yeah, you can easily calculate how much does it cost. But it's not included the desalination cost, and it not included as a pump station cost. So you have to have the pump station and the desalination, and that is on top of that cost. But you have for example, 2,000 kilometers of pipeline, you need the 2 billion. US dollar, and who can pay for that cost? So that is a difficulty. It's not the transmission line. So it's you have the transmission line. It's easy to connect, right? It's a line, just a line. But the pipeline is a very big size and heavy, and you have to import from the overseas, and it's very costly, right? So that's why we have to optimize the route of the this such as a conveyance system, the pipeline. So that is the difficulty to cover the all areas. And the second point is restriction in the capacity of the water supply due to the pipeline design. So, okay, so once you have the off-taker, you design the size of the pipeline. because it depends on the size of the pipeline. The capacity to supply the water is defined. So if you have the pipeline for 1,000 liters per second, but in the future, if you have the additional off-taker, you cannot supply the water through the pipeline. You need another pipeline, but it means you need another 1 million kilometers of pipeline, right? So it's not economical. So the difficulty is how much capacity you secure to supply the water. So that design is very difficult, but it should be optimized for the success of this project. So that is one point. And this necessity to scale up plant is as mentioned in the last section. So if you have the bigger desalination plants, the cost will be cheaper. But it's not the Middle East here in Chile. As I mentioned, the water demand is limited in each party. Of course, there are many water demand in the Chile, but it's not what's centralized the water demand. So that means the different in each client has each timing to their water demand, right? So if they have the water demand at the same time, it's easy to contract, but each client has each timing and each portion, and it's not so big. So it's a challenge is how to optimize the size of the plant and the timing of the off-taker. So that is the second point. And the third point is the off-take, a long-term off-take agreement. So when you arrange the finance, of course, the bank needs a long-time off-take agreement with reliable off-taker. But for example, even in mine, they have its own mine life. Right? So if the mine life is only 10 years more, so the mine can offtake 10 years, but not 20 years. But for the developer, it's very difficult to just have the 10 years off-taker. So it's a challenge is how we can get the long-term agreement. And in addition to that, as mentioned, such off-taker should be creditable. Because if it's not the creditable off-taker, of course, we cannot supply for a long time because maybe they will be bankrupt in the day after the signing day. So that's why the creditability is very important because a developer invests a lot of the capex to the project. So off-taker also need to put their guarantee or parents' guarantee for the project. In the general idea. And the last point, the last challenge in the setting the tariff adjustment. So as I mentioned, we have in this multi-client desalination project has various off-takers. So each off-taker has each business, right? And for example, the agriculture and the residential consumption, it's potable water. Of course, they cannot pay for the desalinated water because it's very expensive. But let's think about that. If mines can buy the water and they take a burden, some burden of the capex, the part of the agriculture and the residential consumption, and it's how do you say it'll be a social license, and for agriculture, maybe they can just pay the OPEX, not the CAPEX. So we can combine. So the interesting thing in Chile is Chile has a mining sector who can pay for the water cost and the desalinated water cost. So what we have to think is how we can allocate such a CAPEX to the customer, each sector. So considering that if we can realize such a structure, of course, we can expand agriculture in the north, even north of the parts. So yeah, my dream is to irrigate the desert in the agriculture with such a desalination water. So, but anyway, we have to think about the adjustment of such a tariff. And of course, we have to consider the distance is important for the tariff because it's further and the cost is more expensive. And the volume, if the one off-taker can purchase the big volume, of course, we can provide the very competitive tariff. And the term That is also important, and the creditability and the expansion, the possibility of expansion or availability is also important. So you have to think about a lot of the elements in the tariff structure. But based on our past experience, yeah, we have many ideas on how to adjust this type of adjustment. So this is the resource, and in relation to the bankability, I just put a little bit comment here. And first of all, developer requires a payment guarantee from the credit of taker or government. So as I mentioned, to arrange the project finance, the banks lend its money for the project, not the company. But this type of the multi-client desalination project is not reliable because they have the small and medium clients, so and they don't have enough creditability for project finance. So we need some support for that point. And in the tender process, if you are a concession owner, so we strongly recommend that you need the experienced advisor on project finance or any other finance experience. For example, I cannot clearly mention about the example, but last year we had the project, and we are seriously think about to participate in that project. But finally, no party submit its binding proposal due to the lack of the capability of the advisor. Because by my analysis, and if the concession owner has a reliable advisor, maybe they can communicate with bidders and owners, and they suggest the right appropriate way to that. But unfortunately, they didn't have the enough capability. So in the end, the bidders invested to participate to prepare the proposal, and we pay a lot, and also the government also pays for the advisor, and that takes the time. So, but finally, it doesn't make anything. So that is not good for every party. So it's very important. Maybe sometimes that advisor cost will be higher, but you have to think about what is the benefit of the project. And so that is my second suggestion. And the third point is, of course, banks should give their commitment to the project, contribute to the ESG projects. It's the type of the green project. So I mean, they should be flexible on this challenge or innovating a project. So that is a second. And the last point is, it's just an idea, but it's not only, but for example, in Colombia, the government has a very unique tax system, and under Colombia law 1715, they can provide the tax benefit, and including the corporate tax reduction and the exemption for the VAT and the customs in the renewable energy project or hydrogen project. So maybe I believe in the I know it takes a long time to get the approval, but that is one of the idea to promote this type of a project. And simplify the permitting process. As I mentioned, it takes so long time to obtain the RCA. So the simplifying the permitting process is important. And sometimes the project is suffering from the communication with the communities, the authorities. So facilitate leadership with the shareholder is appreciated from government. And the last point, the Mitsui, we have the not only the infrastructure, we have a lot of experience in the agriculture project as well. So that's why we are thinking to not only to develop the water project, but also in the meantime, we are irrigate the land in the desert in the north part of the Chile for the water demand creation. So that is my presentation today, and yeah, I'm not sure how much you know about this point, and I can explain very in detail if you want. But today, yeah, I direct to stop here, and yeah, and if you have any question, please let me ask.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Takashi. I think you gave us a very good analysis of the factors that have an impact on a project, basically, especially for multi-purpose projects. In the interest of time, we will move on to the next panelists. And now we'll hear from Hillel Mossack from the Israel National Water Company, Mekorot. Good morning.
¿Me escuchan?
Can you hear me?
Escuchamos, pero no.
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot. Please share your screen so we can see your presentation, Mr. Mossack, and thank you.
Bueno, ¿se ve ahora, por favor?
All right, can you see it now?
Ahí está
We
cargada.
can now.
Modo presentación.
Could you please put it in presentation mode, slideshow?
Bueno, quiero aprovechar también de
So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Economic Affairs Office, the Israeli Economic Affairs Office in Chile for contacting the panel members that we have from Israel today. Hillel, please go ahead. Good morning. I'm a water engineer at Mekorot, and I am in charge of the power department, the energy department. I will talk about our experience briefly in terms of having desalination plants in Israel. First of all, let me say that we have three major sources of water: corporations, desalination, and the Sea of Galilee. And we have high operational capacity or capability. As you can see, in 2000, we had no desalination plants, and by 2006 and thereafter, we started getting much more water from desalination plants. And on a yearly basis, we seek new sources of water. And that is why it's so important for us to work with desalination plants. Hillel, if I may interrupt you for a second, your presentation is not on slideshow, and we're still on the first slide.
No sé por qué.
ahí sí, ahí estaba.
It was working just now.
Ahora no está bien, no
We
está
can't see it now,
estaba-
right now, but we just did.
Ustedes tienen la presentación que me mandó.
Do you have the presentation? Could you share it?
En el último momento funcionó, Hillel.
Hillel, we saw it at the very last minute, right before you came on screen. Do you want to try again? Otherwise, we'll try and get help from our IT department.
¿Se ve, no? ¿Se ve?
Sí, sí, ahora
Can
sí,
you
muy
see it
bien.
now? Yes, perfectly. Thank you. Okay, at long last. So this is a map of the plants that we have in Israel on the Mediterranean coast. We have over 800, we produce over 800 cubic meters a year. This is what it looks like. And we use reservoirs, and we also work with the Mecorot Fire Department. The water comes from the plant to the reservoirs, and then the fire department system distributes it to the whole country. As you can see, it's connected to the whole country, and the water can be sent anywhere in the country at any time. The system, the supply system in Israel has changed greatly over the last 20 years when with population growth, and up to a point where we used wells and the water from the Sea of Galilee, but that was no longer enough to supply the population. That's why we started planning for new plants, and that meant that we had to distribute the network and develop it so as to fit the plants into it. And the water from the Sea of Galilee used to take 7 days to get to the network. Now water is available within 3 hours. So the whole network needs to be revamped, and that's what happened in order to accommodate the water coming in from these plants within in a matter of 24 hours. So what the water supply, drinking water supply, went from 3% in 2004 to 75%, over 75% in 2016, exponential growth, that is, from desalination plants. And that means that our water supply system was adjusted to accommodate this new sources. So here's an example of the plan that we have every year for a desalination plant. As you can see, we have daily production. That's for a year. Bi-monthly production, and we have a monthly percentage breakdown. And this is for each plant over the course of a year. So we know how much each plant accounts for throughout the year in terms of production. That's very important because we have a water balance, so to speak, from different sources. And that's of the essence for us to be able to prepare ourselves and be able to integrate all of the different sources and plants within our national network. Also, when we talk to Ancor and Juan, we talked about the main highlights that we should share with you in terms of when it comes to desalination plants for drinking water, integration, building, planning, etc. There was a question about the process here in Israel. The process includes the fact that there is authorization from the government. Of course, we bear in mind and we get approval from the public, as well as we take into account the environmental aspects. There is a multi-year plan that is put in place for production. So we plan how much the plan needs to produce and when it needs to come into operation. Of course, we don't know for sure when it will come online, but at least we know what year and how much the plant needs to start producing. And we work backwards from there. So we decide, and then we look back and we see when we need it in place. And that's how we plan. We plan from that backwards so as to meet those requirements. These plants are built close to consumption areas so that makes it more efficient. It's efficient for us to be close to consumers. Sometimes that's feasible, sometimes it isn't. It can't always be done, but it's very efficient in that regard. If it's close to the consumer, that will bring down water costs. As I said earlier, in Israel, the whole network is interconnected. So the whole supply network is in a position and able to take water from one source and deliver it to the consumer somewhere else. So there is a need for a specific level of production. And also there are several quality standards. So salinity is at a maximum of 20 milligrams per liter and boron at 0.3 milligrams per liter. And that's very important. The idea, and it's also important to improve the quality of effluents. That's important because about 90% of water is reused for agriculture in Israel. So when you think about the water cycle, it's not just about using it once and then just discharging it into the ocean. A large amount of that water needs to be recycled. It needs to be reused somewhere else. And that needs to be borne in mind as well. Desalinated waters is absorbed by Mekorot. Mekorot is the national water utility company in Israel. It's an SOE, and it's in charge of supplying water nationwide. So the plants are privately owned, but the utility company is Mekorot. It's an SOE, and so it's in charge of planning on behalf of the state and providing water supply, ensuring water supply throughout the country in Israel. That's very important because that provides an overall vision of the water supply. It's not fragmented. It's not done by a private company. So the national supply system was revamped so as to take in water from the desalination plants, which is very important to be able to have these plants online. And each plant was it was awarded, the contracts were awarded separately through separate bidding processes and at a different price per cubic meter. So they're all different. They each provide water at their own price, and prices have come down over the years. That's true. And also the new plants that will come online will provide water at lower prices than the ones currently in place and which have been in operation for several years. There is a compensation cost for each cubic meter of desalinated water that has not been included. And that, of course, is done together with the plant. We are in touch with them, and they need to provide some sort of assurance that part of the water budget will be covered. You know, it needs to be offset if something doesn't work. and the water is not provided into the network, then they will have to provide compensation. The hiring model is BOT for 25 years. At the end of that period, the premises, the plant is transferred to the state, and there's usually another bidding process. But now we are reaching the end of the first BOT system plant contract. They will probably build a larger plant, but this first plant will not be transferred to the government. There will be another bidding process, actually, and those plants will remain in private hands. And in closing, I have something a bit different for you, to show you a different way to approach water supply. This is the aquifer. This is the coastal aquifer. We have a large plant here, but sometimes we use the the discharge of water, and we replenish the aquifer for the summer. So we replenish the aquifer in the winter, and we use it when you need it most, which is in the summer, and when there's consumption peaks as well. So just so you know that there are many things that can be done in terms of how to supply water to the population, and maybe thinking outside of the box when it comes to desalination plants. So that's what I had for you. Thank you so much for your attention. Hillel, thank you so much for this presentation. I think these are very important messages that you have delivered in terms of requirements for planning. And it's very important at the end of the day that before we go into developing a good project, that we take a step back and fully gauge the water needs and what that water is going to be used for. Once that has been done, the profile for the best suited project can be developed. So I think your message is very important and relevant to those of us who work for government agencies. Hopefully we will stay in touch with you into the future. And thank you again for the time that you have taken to share this experience with us. Thank you. Ancor, you have the floor now. Thank you, Juan, and thank you, Hillel, and Mitsui. So thank you to Mekorot and Mitsui. These were very interesting contributions. I wonder whether there are any questions. We're looking at the questions in the Q&A box so that we can provide answers in due course. If there are no further questions, we're going to take a brief break until the bottom of the hour, where we will talk about concessions, and we'll have the Spanish Desalination Society and also the Israeli Desalination Society. So we'll take a short break so that people can go get some coffee, and we'll see you again in 8 minutes. Thank you, and see you soon. Please stay online so you won't have any problems when we resume. Thank you.
Hola a todos, tanto a los que están en la sala como a los que nos acompañan de toda la región y el resto de países del mundo conectado hoy con nosotros.
Hello, everybody. We thank you for joining us. We're going to continue with the technical panel on concessions of desalination plants, technology, sustainability, and the connection between water and energy. These have been priority topics and have been agreed by the General Directorate of Concessions as well as by us as IDB Group, and that undoubtedly marks or indicates the why we understand desalination concessions as a good bet to manage energy in a sustainable, efficient, and innovative way. And to know about all these improvements and advances in the industry in terms of innovation and sustainability, and specifically to also understand what is a priority not only for Chile, but for the whole region, which is to understand the best way to combine energy resources with the development of desalinated water. We want to place special emphasis on this part. And the panel that comes next, we're going to have the privilege of having Sacid as well as the Israeli Desalination Society. And we will begin with the first presentation by Domingo Sarso Martinez. He is Director of Innovation and Strategic Project in Sacid Water Concessions. And at the same time, he's the president of the Spanish Association of Water Reuse Sustainable Development. He has 35 years experience in the sector of desalination with important projects in Spain, Australia, Oman, Israel, and even Chile, Algeria, and others that he will tell us about. So it's a privilege to have him here. So thank you very much, Domingo. We give you the floor so that you can show your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the IDB and the National Concessions Unit in the government of Chile for inviting me. I am representing the Spanish Association Desalination Society, but I also give you some information about SACIR, the company where I've had more experience with international business and where I can give you some specific examples. Unfortunately, since there's several speakers on this panel, there might be some repetition, but hopefully this will be of interest to you. And if someone can please let me know if I'm running out of time, please let me know, maybe a reminder 2 minutes before the end of my presentation so I can speed up if need be. So here's my presentation. First and foremost, what is a desalination plant? What is a desalination process? There's an intake of seawater, and then there's treatment. The idea is to protect, the most important part here is protecting the membranes, the integrity of the membranes through physical, conventional pre-treatment, filtration, and also membranes and chemicals. And then we have high pressure pumping, for the water to go through the membranes and be desalinated. In seawater plants, there's also recovery of power in brine, which enables us to work with less energy. So we have high quality desalinated water, which is according to the use it is to be put to. It could be industry or municipality. And then there is a concentrated discharge as well. And there, these desalination plants have 8 cubic hectometers a day, and most of it, 59%, comes from seawater, and 65% is done through reverse osmosis. And what is not seawater usually comes from other sources, including wastewater. And this is highly energy intensive, by the way. We use other systems such as nanofiltration, for example. Spain is number 5 in terms of installed capacity. We have about 5 million square cubic meters production a day, and it provides about 9% of drinking water. And in certain parts of our country, such as the Canary Islands, 100% of the drinking water comes from desalination. I don't want to bore you, but we have about 800 desalination plants. And desalination began in 1964 in Lanzarote in Spain, an island with a very small plant. And is this rare? Well, 21% of desalinated water is used for agriculture, not only for drinking water. Around the world, it's not more than 3% of desalinated water that is used for agriculture. And we'll tell you later why, because this is a matter of great interest. The Spanish Desalination Association was created 25 years ago in 1998 to promote sustainable desalination and reuse. There are over 200 members throughout the value chain, and 7 out of the 20 largest desalination companies in the world are Spanish. We also have consultants and distributors and others. And here is a sample of our logos, our member logos. And in June this year, we're having our 12th Congress in the city of Granada, and you're all invited to come join us. Also, training is key for the development of the sector. For 9 years, we've had a university course specializing in desalination in combination with the University of Alicante in Spain, and it's meant to help with the development of these professionals. And we have an agreement with the Latin American Desalination Association, which also organizes a 1-week course including visits to large desalination plants in the city of Alicante in cooperation with the University of Alicante in Spain. And right before our conference in Granada, there will be a course. So it's a good opportunity to come visit us. And this is a depiction of our experience in desalination over the last few years. Here are the desalination plants developed by SACIR and since 1995, when the water division was created. And we've had major projects in Israel, Australia, Oman, Spain, Chile, of course, under different contractual models. EPC, and we have a specific model in Australia, and also concessional models. And some of these concessions were between 20 and 25 years duration. And sustainability is one of the drivers of our business. And the sustainability Sustainability Global rates us as one of the top sustainable companies in the area, and we have received we have been awarded the National Innovation Award 2022 from the Ministry of Science and Innovation, given by the King of Spain. But that was last year. So what's the history of desalination in Spain? It emerged in the 60s. It started on the islands, and then it went to the mainland. But the main push really occurred in 2004. The government and the new administration decided to do away with the water plans that were in place for the Mediterranean coast that sourced water from the Ebro River, and the water or Aqua program was created, including about 20 to 25 desalination plants to provide about 690 cubic hectometers a year additional. And so we're talking about the cost, 0.5 to 0.6 euros per cubic meter, and here is how much that is in Chilean pesos. And according to this plan, tourist infrastructure such as golf links would pay more, and drinking water from municipal water would cost less. With the advent of droughts and and new needs, environmental needs. There's a new subsidy approved for agriculture water to 0.4 euros per cubic meter, just to make it sustainable and affordable. I won't go into detail. The Mediterranean coast had an investment of 1.8 billion euro. And I didn't convert that to Chilean pesos, but it's a significant amount. And we're talking about the Mediterranean coast of Spain, which is more hit by droughts, but where there is a very buoyant agriculture sector, and that's why water is so important there. So what are the main challenges of desalination? What are the arguments used by detractors? The messages are the same. It's energy intensive, brine concentrate is a pollutant, or the water is too costly. For a technical expert, this might not be of interest, but the messages that I send out to society at large is energy consumption. The energy that we need to desalinate a water for a 4-member family is the same as what is used up by a fridge at home. They say, oh, a large desalinating plant uses up many gigawatts of energy. But I mean, we're talking about how many people being supplied with water. And about brine, even in the Persian Gulf, which is not very deep and there isn't much circulation, there are millions and millions of cubic waters of brine. Even this is below 5% of how much of the increase in salinity due to evaporation from climate change. And as to the cost, we're talking about the use of highly efficient diffusers, and also the way that it's treated, very close and to the area, the discharge area, and the place where the brine is produced. There's not much of a difference. And as to the cost of water, people in general think that it's a lot. $1 or €1 per cubic meter is a lot, but they're paying 500 times more for bottled waters. And when we talk about, high-end bottled waters, they're paying maybe 5,000 times more for their water. So these are messages that we would like to send out. Now, the greatest component in the cost of water is energy, 40 to 60%. And we've seen how energy consumption has evolved with time, starting in the 70s at 25 kilowatts per cubic meter. We've gone down to 2.5, under 3. And I don't think any other industry has made such a major effort to bring down energy consumption. And we're quite close to the thermodynamic limit of for water desalination. We can never go below 1 kilowatt. It would be very difficult to go below the level that we're at right now. We're very low levels. So what can we do to bring down the price of desalinated water if energy consumption is not an option? So the use of renewable energies and reliance on, or rather self-reliance for other countries. Also, the increase of energy efficiency and turbines, etc. And there is a need to further improve membranes and components, and also regulate prices for certain uses that are of strategic importance to the country, to provide subsidies or advantages of some sort, or maybe subsidize the energy used by the industry for such uses. As to the implementation of renewables, of renewable energy sources, there are different options, maybe as energy input within the process, or energy input or within the process. So we use wind energy or photovoltaic energy, but we do have certain challenges. in terms of implementation. A large desalination plant does take up a lot of energy. So producing the energy at that very same site is difficult because we're talking about a great deal of power, of energy, and sometimes we have to store it, which is not very easy, very cheap. And usually desalination plants are on the coast, and oftentimes it's difficult to maybe create a wind farm or a solar energy farm. And the usual and desalination plants are not necessarily located in the best place for maybe a wind farm or a solar energy panels to be installed. And that means that we're faced with difficulties that need to be overcome. And this is the evolution of desalinated water over time and in different countries, so that there are different types of contracts, of course, EPC, BOT, BOO, and concessional models. And the tariff has been going down steadily from 0.7, 0.8 to levels that are below $0.5 per cubic meters. The latest projects that are being talked about in the Middle East, especially Saudi Arabia, are even below $0.4 per cubic meter. And last week, we had a meeting with a Saline Water Corporation, the largest corporation in the world. It's an SOE belonging to the Saudi government, and that they're now aiming for prices below or cost below $0.35 per cubic meter. I mean, it's a challenge, but of course we have to strive for it and be creative about it. When we talk about tariffs of this level, we're talking about mega desalination plants, because the economies of scale are what allows for overhead to go down. This is an example of the breakdown of the costs for the large desalination plants in Spain. Energy accounts for 60% of production costs. As you can see, operation and management is 29%, and amortization is about 19%, and then production costs, 67% is water, and 19% amortization, and O&M is the balance. And variable costs are much less than overhead. And of course, the cost of energy is the largest component. We've seen that the technology that's most widely used is reverse osmosis. They use membranes, but there are other technologies available, newer technologies that are less costly to use. And some of these emerging, quote unquote, technologies, such as forward osmosis, membrane distilling, and other graphene, the use of graphene, etc. These are technologies that we thought could bring down energy consumption, but we hit the wall of thermodynamics. We cannot go below 1 kilowatt. I mean, not on this earth. I mean, we cannot go below that threshold of 1 kilowatt per cubic meter. I mean, there are so many technologies in the pipeline, but we do not think over the next 10, 15, 20 years that they will replace what's in place now. But there are interesting options, such as the production of energy, using salinity gradients, the improvement of current technologies, the use of more efficient hybrid processes, and also using concentrates or brine mining for binding. As to sustainability, just as important as the price of desalinated water is sustainability. It's one of the drivers for desalination. So we're working with energy consumption, the increased efficiency in the use of renewable energy sources to enhance decarbonization. Also, concentrate discharge, and the if it's done correctly, the environmental impact is practically negligible. And also we work with a circular economy and component recovery. And also brine mining is very important. Reusing the brine from the water, so reclaiming or recovering lithium and magnesium from this brine, for example. Others are producing chemicals for the desalination process itself. For example, chlorine or ammonia for sanitation and others, sanitization and others. And also reusing membranes would be part of the circular economy. So you take membranes that have exceeded their shelf life and are now will now be used for other applications such as wastewater treatment, and also the social and economic impact of this work. That desalinated water help contribute towards sustainability, improve people's lives, etc. So brine is a problem. And if you look at the definition of brine, it's not consistent with the concentrate that is that comes out of the desalination plant. So it's seawater that comes out with twice the salinity level as regular seawater, but it's clear and it's clean. So we do environmental impact studies, and we apply mathematical models to see how brine is degraded and how it is completely absorbed by the ocean immediately, and also to have surveillance plans, and it's environmental impact surveillance plans, to make sure that there is no major impact. And if there's a problem, let's say there is a leak or something, to fix it as soon as possible. So when it's done correctly and it's duly under control, there is no problem. And because it's impossible to determine the impact, especially in marine organisms, we use certain specific organisms or beings, such as a specific type of algae that serves as the canary in the mine, so to speak. There's a similar one in Australia. It's called Posidonia australis. We have our own version of it in the Mediterranean. And so we have specific marine organisms that can help us detect what the levels are and if they're all right. Also, we have other discharges different from brine, which can come from the chemicals used to wash the membranes, etc., but they're pre-treated before they're discharged through a mini purification system. So we do have a problem with brine in inland plants. We're not close to the sea. We cannot just discharge it into the sewage or surface waters, because it would have a negative impact. So the only thing that we can do is evaporate and crystallize, so go from liquid state to solid state, but that's very costly. So when we're far away from the sea, we do have a problem as to how to dispose of the brine. It has not yet been fully resolved. And when it comes to brine mining, we also have a challenge, because this is not we're not working with seawater, but rather brackish water inland. Then there might be other minerals that might be mined. So here is a summary of where these discharges go to. It can be reused in aquaculture. It can go into the recovery of wetlands. It can also be used to produce chemicals for the production of energy, etc. So this is an overview of all the potential uses of this discharge. As to the environmental surveillance and marine medium studies, we have signed several agreements with the universities of Playa Ancha in Chile and Alicante in Spain, the number one specialists on in the area in terms of environmental impact of desalination plants in the marine environment, and we have taken that into account in terms of what is required of the desalination plants. And the idea is to create a good practices manual to monitor the environmental impact of all of these elements. One of these projects is part of CAPTAC, which was also funded by international organizations, and we have analyzed a multi-factor analysis with environmental aspects, energy availability, feasibility to supply the population, and others, which is of great interest. Economic and environmental sustainability is very important. The use of saltwater, seawater has many advantages, and it's a very large source of water, seawater, of course, and resilience in the face of drought and climate change. We reduce the effects of drought, we improve the lives of our citizens, and we alleviate pressure on conventional resources and underwater resources, so that helps the environment. And desalinated water has had costs which have been decreasing over the years. This is an example of a sustainable desalination plant. This is was built in Australia, the Southern Seawater Desalination plant in Perth. Perth is supplied by 2 desalination plants for most of its water supply. And here are the sustainability goals. It's fed by sustainable sources of energy. It has 2.3 kilowatts energy consumption per cubic meter. Due attention has been given to marine species and marine mammals. So they stopped construction when one was detected so as not to generate stress. A wildlife corridor was created for these animals to be able to continue to swim through it. And several efforts were made in order to preserve the scenery and the environment, and also the operators were trained to handle dangerous animals. It was non-invasive marine works through micro-tunneling, and they have a no chemicals policy. So the idea is to whatever comes from the sea is discharged back into the sea with the brine. And also there's a relationship with local communities. When I first arrived, I saw a large sign that read "No to Desalination Plants." So we did some outreach work and explained that it would create employment, it would create jobs, and it would be good for the community. So everybody agrees with that. So here is a drawing of the tunnel. There is a tunnel below under the dunes, and here it is. And we will be sharing this presentation with you, of course. And energy comes from two plants. One is photovoltaic, and the other one is a wind farm. As I said, they're not on site. I mean, this is a protected area, so but the energy is produced over there. So multi-purpose desalination plants. Based on what I've said yesterday about or earlier about great increasing interest in desalination plants. So it's used mainly for domestic and industrial uses, and we need to reduce the intensive use of energy, and the perception of desalination plants have improved, and we have to increase the food production over the next few years. And 70% of water is used up by agriculture. We need to find new solutions, and in current agriculture, the high returns on investment in high value-added crops such as greenhouse agriculture, for example, is in vogue. We need to reduce costs and profitability. If we use high technology systems such as hydroponics for these systems, we could use it in remote regions, thus generating wealth and jobs, creating jobs around the world. And in Spain, this application accounts for over 21% of desalinated water. And this is up to 2020, these data, and they show how the difference has evolved. You know, the black line is the overall amount of desalinated water from the desalination plants, and the risk has been growing even above the industrial application. Irrigation, excuse me, has grown even beyond municipal water applications and industrial applications. To the right, you see there are three plants that are currently providing water for agriculture. Almost 100% of their production goes into agriculture, by the way. And this is quite interesting. These are data that date back to 2017, and they have to do with a specific area in southeastern Spain. But it's interesting because we can take a look at the economic productivity of water for different crops. So how much does each cubic meter of water yield in agriculture according to the crop, for example? So protected agriculture, I mean horticultural products. So for each cubic meter of water that I provide for this, I get back about €7 per cubic meter of water, meaning that this crop could be using, can be using desalinated water because the cost per cubic meter is about 1. Of course, we can't irrigate rice with desalinated water because rice is a very cheap crop. So, but now with the hike in energy prices, especially in Europe, things have changed. But we can even pick the best crops that could be watered with desalinated water. Not all crops are good for that. Also, very importantly, as to irrigation water, here is part of the Almeria coast, and the picture on the right is it depicts what it was like in 1974. In June, there was nothing, and now we have many greenhouses, what we call the sea of plastic in Spain. And we also have a protected area over there. So in the 70s, Almeria was a very poor province, and currently it has generated wealth thanks to the water and desalination. Now, with the arrival of desalinated water, tremendous economic growth has been triggered. And now this is the breadbasket of Europe. Most of the agricultural products produced here don't stay here. They're exported to Europe, to supermarkets at very high prices. So it's a very buoyant industry. And here you can see how all of these sources of water come together. There has been a very interesting and smart strategy, mixing different types of water, providing water a la carte, depending on what is needed for each use, and at a much lower price. If we mix desalinated water, which is more expensive, with reused water, which is cheaper, prices will come down.
Depuradoras, algunos trasvases de ríos, etcétera, ¿no? Incluso podemos ver que algunas comunidades de regantes tienen desaladoras propias. O sea, ya no hablamos solo de plantas que el gobierno
They have
implanta.
their own desalination. So these are communities, industries, agriculture communities that have set up their own desalting plants. And in that way, they have quality at all times.
En innovación, ¿hacia dónde se dirige la innovación?
So here we look at innovation in desalination, and we are headed towards being more green. We're looking at better filters, et cetera, and always looking at sustainability. And sustainability, which is energy efficiency, renewable use, or producing energy with a saline gradient. The idea is to mix the concentration of the desalination and mix it with fresh water. That can be done in reverse osmosis. And we have also said this: increasing environmental, social, and economic sustainability, circular economy, reuse by using membranes and other components, brine mining. Also, by doing digitalization, we in the industry were at 4.0 or maybe 5.0, but the truth is water, just like most of the industry, has become more and more digitized, and we have predictive models for consumption of water, use of artificial intelligence to use the functioning of our plants, et cetera. And of course, the use of desalinated water has to do with a reduction in the water footprint. So we are trying to be water positive. See, that means that if a government, if an institution is water positive, if they generate more water than what they consume. And how can we generate more water? By desalinating and reusing. So the desalination is now gearing up for the meeting on March 2023 in New York. And the idea is to turn this into an exchange of water rights that would be like the change in CO2. The idea is to make the use of water use in industry much more efficient. And also in terms of sustainability, desalination is in the final draft of the European Green Taxonomy. That is a list of activities that the European Union considers to be sustainable, and that will be financed and given priority above other projects. So the European Union has given its go-ahead in terms of desalination, giving it priority as an activity. Here you can see some examples of projects that we have carried out. This is a project that we receive financing from the European Union. And I've already said that this is based on reusing membranes that have already reached the end of their useful life. It's a membrane that no longer has sufficient quality for a potable water plant, but nonetheless, it can be used to treat wastewater, or we can look at the chemical structure and turn it into membranes that can be used for agriculture or other purposes. Another project is to, and this is another project financed by the European Union, and it is to produce energy based on the concentrate of brackish water. So I take that concentrate that comes out of the desalination, I use as a reverse electrodialysis, and that produces energy. We're working on this plant, and we have estimated that we can produce 0.3 to 0.7 kilowatts per hour by treating with this system. So not only are we saving energy, but we would also be using that concentrate to produce energy. This is another project that we have currently, also financed by the government of Spain, 6 million euros. And here we're designing ways to increase the efficiency of the use of water in agriculture. We have digitalization projects using of non-conventional resources for agricultural irrigation, that is to improve cropping so as to make good use of desalinated water. We're going to look at different components in wastewater and how they can be used in irrigating agriculture. Also, we have recovery of nutrients, brine mining, and of course, we will do an environmental and social study to look at the socioeconomic impact of these projects. As I said, this is becoming more and more important. Now, let's turn to something having to do more with projects and contracts, because this may be of interest to this seminar on concessions. Now, you're probably more acquainted with this than I am, but how does a desalination project get started? First of all, there's the idea of the project, a need for water. The project is designed, you select the siting, you look at the type of contract. Will it be an EPC? For how many years of operation and for how many years, et cetera. Then you do the basic engineering. And with that, you go to the pertinent authorities to get the permits, environmental studies, et cetera. That leads to a tender, an international bidding process, where they select both the builder and or the concessionaire. Also, you have to look for financing. The contract is signed, and then the detailed engineering is done. Then comes the construction phase, then the startup. And regarding the international contracts, where can financing come from? There are different types of cooperation between the public and the private sectors to build this major type of infrastructure project. It can be water or something else. Now, in the existing financing options, there are the PPPs. You can get direct financing too, where the promoter, the government pays directly, or you can have a partial financing up to 75% of the project with a corporate guarantee, or you can do project finance, or you can sometimes get export credits to do smaller size installations. Now, regarding contractual modalities, regarding the contribution of financing on the part of the government, I said that could be an EPC contract, a design procurement contract. So once that contract expires, it can be another contract signed, or the government may want to take over operation directly, operate it with its own staff, or you can have an operation and maintenance contract. Now, regarding the contribution of financing by private initiative, there can be different concession arrangements where investment is recovered by using this infrastructure, exploiting it for a given period of time. Now, usually the term is 20 to 25 years. It's that number of years where it is calculated that this type of investment pays for itself. Now, we have experience of long duration with these plants, and since technology has not changed all that much, that period could be extended if you make good use of the membranes or make other changes in the installation. Now, regarding the involvement of the private sector, there's a lot of variation here. There's operation and maintenance here, on this chart, I'm talking about the vision from the side of the operator. In the case of operation and maintenance, there is some risk. You're operating, you're paid per cubic meter. In EPC, the risk is more assumable. In the boot and boo, the risk level goes up. Now, regarding EPC solutions, there the promoter, the government, needs a design. It could be its own design, or perhaps they have hired out that to a consultant. It can be turnkey. You hire someone to contract for the EPC. You need someone to supervise the construction. Someone has to do technical supervision. It's highly specialized. And there the promoter owns the plant. Now, once the plant has been built, you need a contractor for operation and maintenance. And obviously, once again, you're going to need someone to oversee that operation, someone that controls the operational contract. One problem with this solution is allocation of responsibilities between the EPC contractor and others. So say that you have an EPC contractor, but that's not the same person as the person operating, then that can, the operators are always going to be saying, oh no, it's the contractor that was wrong, or the other way around. Sometimes it can even be the same company, because in large corporations, the division between construction and operation can be different, but that can give rise to many, many conflicts. And investment, of course, is reflected in the contract, and we have to manage many different contracts. In concessional models, the advantage is there's only one contract and it covers all responsibilities. There's no division of responsibility between the construction and the operation. It is easy to have a take or pay contract where there is a minimum amount of water that has to be bought to cover fixed costs, and the investment is not charged on the accounting of the promoter. So in this way, the contractor assures the production costs, it assures quality, quantity, availability of water, and the promoter has to make sure that all permits are in place. The promoter commits to paying all fixed costs. Now, a special case is what we call an alliance. That is quite popular in the English-speaking world, and is what we have in our Australia plant. And in this case, the government of Australia provides the financing, but this is a joint venture. We are both the constructors and the operators. So it's a joint venture where the promoter, the government, puts up all of the financing, but we work together as a joint venture. So when we bidded, we said what our profit margin was above the cost, and everything that is bought jointly, open books. Everyone knows how much everything costs. And if we save money on the procurement, we share that profit. And if things go up in price there, we would also share the loss. So it is a special case. It's a joint venture where everyone works to achieve a maximum profit for both sides. And there's no conflict between the two parties. So in my mind, this is a very good type of contract because it avoids any potential conflict between the parties. We work very transparently with the other party. Now, I realize I'm short on time, but this is the contractual arrangement for the concessional model. Here, you can see the different parties that are part of this special purpose vehicle. There are several different contracts with these different institutions to guarantee this concessionary model. That is a contract to sell water, to buy inputs, the turnkey insurance, reporting, etc. All of that as part of this concessional model. Now, pros and cons. One contract, only one interlocutor. So one person assumes all of the responsibility. You need less staff to manage the project. The tariffs are stable and predictable. All technical risks are on the side of the contractor. There is no investment required for that promoter over the 25-year term of the contract, and you can apply penalty models or rewards based on compliance with KPIs or performance. Now, of course, there has to be, this is on the bad side, there has to be a commitment to take or pay. There can be delays because of the due diligence process, and obviously the amortization costs are included in the tariff. So there, the price of water is going to be higher. Now, I'm short of time, so I'm going to look at the risks that we can see in this type of plant. There can be political risks, there can be changes in the legislation, nationalization, social aspects. Now, how can we mitigate this with a sound legal structure, with direct agreements, and what sort of agent should assume this contract? All of this doesn't depend on the contractor. So if it's a government, they have more control over this type of risk. Regarding financial risk, changes in the lending conditions, you cannot assume payment of the debt, inflation during construction, also changes in currency value, the mitigation, insurance, pass-through, for example, that could be for inputs, electrical power, and all of this is assumed by the SPV or the concessionaire. Now, regarding construction costs, operation, here, the right design, delays in construction, problems with supply. So the main thing is to get the right contractor, a good contract, and then who assumes this risk. In most cases, it is the builder. Also, there can be an increase in electricity costs, uncertainty on the required capacity. There are ways to deal with this in contracts, and each agent assumes his or her own responsibility. Now, the key to these risks is to allocate risk to those that have the greatest ability to control that risk and assign risk to those that can control them by assuring investment. But of course, that increases the cost. So there has to be a base between the allocation of risk and protection against those risks. So we cannot have an insurance policy to protect us against everything. You have to seek a balance between reasonable risks that can be assumed and other risks that need to be insured. The recommendation is that each risk be assumed by one agent. And here I am concluding lessons learned. We find that desalination installations are very sophisticated and they are constantly being updated and modernized. So it would seem reasonable for concessional contract models to be flexible because you have to keep up to date with everything happening in the world. The key for a PPP is that off-taking agreement. Also, the execution term is important. That term should be based on technical and economic considerations, not on political or social agendas. And many of the delays come from the marine works. What is done on land is easier to control. But sometimes with marine works, there can be months where the sea does not lend itself. So you have to look at the distribution piping. I have seen desalinations that have been concluded, but the water to the tubing, the piping for distribution of that water was not ready. And often you'll find that you have a finished desalination plant, but it has not been hooked up to electrical power. Regarding permitting, the promoter almost always is in charge of obtaining the permits. And usually the environmental permits are those that take the longest, so that can delay the project. It is important to begin with the permitting process as soon as possible, even before beginning construction. Now, something else, the price is not everything. There are other aspects that are more important. You have to select the designer, the constructor, the operator very carefully. You have to look for companies that are solvent, that have a proven track record. Now, in countries like Algeria, it was done that way for the desalination plant. So, okay, so you open the envelopes from the bid and the person quoting $7 loses, but the 70-cent person wins. But that leads to a disaster. Why? Because the low price bidder is going to try to recover those costs some other way. So that paves the road towards a lot of conflict. So either you pay up front or you wind up paying later on. Now, as I said, the marine works always are a point of risk. Now, also, we have to look at intake. We have to look at the best point for intake. Otherwise, we'll have problems. The electrical power supply connections that can lead to delays. Pre-treatment, that is a key factor. Now, membranes versus conventional. Some membranes have not been changed for 20 years. But if I do a poor pre-treatment, if the water is poor quality, that means that the membranes will have to be replaced more frequently. So pre-treatment is the most important part of the whole cycle. And for example, there is a selection in pre-treatment. It can be membrane or conventional. Used to, everyone used only membranes, but no, in each plant, you have the most appropriate treatment. And that is an important decision. It cannot be based on what is popular. You have to do a careful analysis of the water. You can also have plants with different types of technologies being used. Another important thing is you have to take into account the resilience of our facilities. They have to be protected against tsunamis, against earthquakes. We are building plants right by the ocean, so that has to be taken into account. And I was saying we have to look for new opportunities, look for new consumers, thinking not just of drinking water, but industrial water. And in that way, we can guarantee water consumption. I think that I more or less complied with my time allotment. Unfortunately, what I've said has overlapped with what others have said, but it was the only way to make my presentation. No, quite the contrary. Thank you, Domingo. The truth is, you made a very thorough presentation, very informative. And I think that I can speak on behalf of the people here in this room just by looking at their faces. I have a question from Francisco Silva, in charge of concessions. He is here, so I would ask him to go ahead and ask his question. Thank you. I hope that you can hear me. Yes, I can. I saw that there's a high percentage of agricultural use in Spain. That is important for us in concessions in Chile because due to the legal framework, our plants have to have an important component for irrigation. So I'm going to focus my question on that. We in Chile could have 10 Almerias in the north, plus we're in the southern hemisphere. So there are some products that in the northern hemisphere, we have products that in a seasonal way can be exported to the north. So my question is, owners who have no resources, the small farmers, those who have just a small plot, how can we capture them? Because we're talking about financing. When water is provided, land goes up in price by a factor of 10. So how could we take that plus value? How can we help the transition? How can we modernize? That's something our country needs, but we don't have a way. Do you have any suggestion of how to make this possible? And then another question. Our country entered into a commitment called MSD, Digimine Commitment, and that is climate change working with crops that absorb CO2. So I don't know. Do you have any opinion? Could that play a role in financing agriculture? Could that affect our ability to produce water? So that's my question, Domingo. Well, thank you. In terms of agriculture here in Spain, farmers are usually not individual farmers. They are organized in irrigating communities. Their whole purpose is to distribute water amongst farmers. So there is a structure already in place to use not only surface water, but desalinated water that come from the plants or from private plants that belong to the farmers, recycled water, etc. And in concessional models, there could be interest in concessionaires. They might want to set up plants to provide water or rent land by using reused water. There are many different ways to promote this type of agriculture. And something else that you mentioned, we have to assure food security in all countries. We've already talked about that. We know we have to double food production. But in the case of advanced agriculture, hydroponics, we could develop a food production system in the desert, for example, where there's no soil. Hydroponics requires no soil. So you could change the production system that would create wealth, employment. And in that way, you could rent out plots to farmers that wanted to work this land. So I think that we could come up with means of financing this type of infrastructure. You have to give agriculture a chance. In Spain, we have had very traditional agriculture. And if you listen to farmers, there is an opinion saying, okay, we can't use desalinated water, it's too expensive. So they go to the government, but the truth is they are using this water. So using seawater, once desalinated, is an input. It's their gasoline, and they have contracts to sell products 1 year in the future. So the price of water isn't going to stop that operation. As I was saying, in Spain and in other countries where they're already studying this type of thing, they're thinking about different types of funding. And as I was saying, perhaps they could rent small plots that already have water from a desalination plant. So the only thing that we need is for there to be a guarantee to purchase that water, because fixed costs have to be covered for that plant. If there's interest, if there is development, if there is a guaranteed purchase agreement, I think that all of this is quite feasible, and economically it would be profitable. Now, in terms of crops and CO2, I don't know if that type of crop could be irrigated with desalinated water or not. And I'm even thinking that there have been some studies to plant that type of crop and using a concentrate of the brine. That would really close that circle in the circular economy.
There's some research being done regarding certain crops that can show greater tolerance for these types of briny waters, and that could be a very interesting thing indeed. I hope I did, in fact, answer your question. Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question, Francisco, and also Domingo for your response. We do have an additional question from one of our water and sanitation colleagues. Can you open your camera, Germán? and then we will subsequently move on to the next session. Yes, thank you, Ancor. Domingo, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to raise a number of questions that we've been getting from the audience. We have almost 700 people joining us today, and there are some thematic axes that you can help answer. I think you've already answered one of them, or one concern was related to treatment and management of wastewaters. And what do we do with the brine that results from that process? And you talked about different applications, recycling, and we can actually, at the end of the day, treat that waste as a resource. Yes, as I was saying, the environmental impacts are more than relevant, and it's not just me saying that, but the science says that. And José Luis Sánchez Lizazo from the University of Alicante has done extensive research in this regard. And these are people that additionally work in the marine biology and environmental engineering departments. So I can't really say that they're not completely impartial about this subject. The science supports what we are saying. And we need to look at the science to look for the best ways to do things to achieve the lowest impact to the environment possible. Another topic that was mentioned is cross-cutting, and it relates to how do we avoid the impact, especially at the residential rate level. You said and talked about the average cost and how this has been trending downward in recent years, but some of the questions alluded to how we can lower the average cost of water with a surface plant. Are we 10% above cost or some other? Yes, of course, it depends extensively on the technology employed. And the other question relates to what mechanisms we can resort to, such as subsidies or what have you, so that the impact at the residential level will not be as strong for consumers. Well, let me talk to you in euros. When we talk about potable treatment plants, we can be talking about 20 to 25 cents on the dollar with recycled water with high quality water. This could maybe cost 35 cents. And when we talk about brackish water, that drives the price a little bit further up. I think we shouldn't compare whether potable water would be more expensive when it's desalinated or not. When you have a desalination plant that is trying to treat water, then we need to look at all of the considerations. And the use of seawater allows us to maintain these resources. For example, Spain, at the present time, in order to provide subsidies for farmers in the southeast, they can provide other sources of water that are not the rivers that they traditionally go to get their water. So I'm always saying that first and foremost, let's use the water that we have available in the most efficient way possible, and then let's recycle it down to the last drop of residual wastewater, and then we can look at desalination options as well to cover any difference or gaps. Thank you, Germán, for your question and for keeping track with the different interest showed by our audience. Domingo, thank you very much for your responses to our questions and for being so thorough in your answers. Thank you very much, Domingo. Now we're going to move on to another presentation by Mr. Gal Zohar, Director General of Notaro, and Executive Chairman of the Israeli Desalination Society. Gal, first and foremost, thank you for being with us. Welcome. And you will be talking about very relevant issues such as innovation and sustainability when it comes to desalination plants. Go ahead, Gal.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to talk in front of you, and thank you, Domingo, for a super professional presentation. Actually, I agree with most lessons learned presented by my colleague. So a few words about IDS. IDS is the Israeli Desalination Society, which is the public and national organization of all desalination and water treatment players in Israel, including all the largest water integrators, desalination companies in Israel, government, universities, and water technology firms. So I'll start with stating the obvious. The world is suffering from huge water scarcity, and that not only that, demand for water is rapidly increasing. Israel is no exception, and Israel is basically a desert. And the desalination program in Israel started almost 70 years ago. And since then, Israel was the front runner in most desalination technologies, starting with desalinating water by freezing them. Then desalination by using thermal facilities, and of course, the reverse osmosis. Now for the numbers, it is super important to understand that almost all of the water consumed in Israel is manufactured. Israel consumed about 2 trillion cubic meter of water per year. About out of half of it, 1 trillion, is consumed by residential usage for drinking water. And from that 1 trillion, 85% is produced by desalination plants. The same applies to the agricultural and industrial side, which also sums up to 1 trillion cubic meter per year. And Israel recycle 85% of that amount by recycling municipal wastewater treatment and use it in a specific grid. And so most of the agricultural water requirements in Israel comes from recycling of municipal wastewater. Now, Israel succeeded in the last 25 years to develop a very, very successful desalination program. And looking backwards, I can share with you some of the lessons learned from our experience, and how can we, how did we make sure that most or all water projects were erected successfully and provided very efficient, robust, high quality, and cost-effective water. So the answer is that Israel Desalination Authority knew in the past how to combine and balance between commercial and technological considerations. And the main idea is that by using PPP approach, that meant that the public sector in Israel, meaning the government, took responsibility of some of the risks that in other places the government divert to the concessionaire. For example, in Israel, the government provides the land with most of the permitting and approvals, provide sometimes electricity, and provide a very open approach to technological improvements by the concessionaire. That means that the government in the project or in the tender provide a very detailed explanation of what type of outcome they want from the desalination plant. what amount of water, what capacity, what quality, what exact quality, where, when, everything is provided, but still allows the concessionaire or the different contenders to provide their own technology. And by doing that, the government succeeded in lowering the life cycle cost of the plant, because the private sector knows exactly, or much better than the government, how to manage the risks in the project, while the government is obliged only to take or pay mechanism and to oblige for buying the water if the plant is available, what you call a take or pay mechanism. And of course, private sector, the desalination companies, the know-how and the technology is their core competency. And by allowing them to provide their best know-how, the latest technology, the most robust and the best optimization between CapEx and OpEx, that will drive the overall water cost down. And the competition as to the design, the operation and the financing, when it allows to allow thinking out of the box, or allow the concession in bringing in the best know-how, basically helps the government to reach the main goal, which is the lowest water price and the most robust plant. There are many other advantages in allowing the project company higher level of freedom, because they have higher buying power, they have long-term technology access. I mean, they can change or implement newer technology during the contract period. And the most important thing, that only the company or the private sector know how to optimize or to balance between CapEx and OpEx in order to reach the lowest water price. Now, what else the government can do? The government needs to make sure that the project companies can reach the most or the lowest rate loan available. They can do it by providing a reasonable water purchase agreement with some level of freedom. They can provide some risk allocation as to insurances, because some insurances the government can take. For example, sometimes if the government, for example, can take the exchange rate or currency exchange rate risk, that helps the project companies to have better loans and cheaper loans, and by that reducing the overall life cycle cost of the water. And by providing the reasonable collaterals and a reasonable terms and condition WPA contract, they can allow international or local commercial banks or other financial institutes to provide cheaper loans. So this is in a nutshell the basis. Now, the result was that in Israel, companies could provide very, very low water price. For example, the last project in Israel, Sorek B, although, and this is very important, Sorek B is not located on the seashore. Actually, it is located more than 2 kilometers inland, something that requires a costly and long water intake tunnel. And although that factor, and although the fact that in Israel electricity prices are very high, still overall water price for that project was 40 cents, which is very, very, very low, maybe the lowest in the world. I mean, there is one project with lower price, but I'm not sure that this project would be materialized. But the government of Israel enjoys a very low price of water by adopting that approach to PPP tenders. Now, with regard to potential alternatives as of how to reduce overall water price of water. So my colleague, I think, presented most ideas. I want to present something which I think is very relevant to South America, Chile, and other places. And this is a combination between thermal and RO projects. Thermal desalination is a very cost-effective solution for desalinating water. And the main idea is that if you have places like power plants, petrochemicals, or any other facility that releases steam to the air, I think that most probably taking that steam that it releases to the air and building a combined thermal and reverse osmosis plant can create the most cost-effective solution. And by doing that, I think that reaching a very low price, below 40 cents, I mean, depends on the overall capacity of the plant. But that combination can create the most efficient, the most cost-effective solution. Another idea is to use carbon credits. During the production of the water, there are many ways of basically harvest carbon from the air. And if we or you can apply for receiving carbon credits, that income can reduces the overall cost of the water price, and that combination is something that I think you need to consider in the coming projects. Another thing is municipal wastewater recycling. In Israel, we recycle almost, as I said, almost 100% of the municipal wastewater available. And of course, that using the municipal wastewater as a source of water can help us to reduce the cost of water dramatically, because the recycling of that water consumes much less energy. And by doing that, you have basically a raw material that currently you send to the sea, and using this as a raw material or intake water for the water plant can not only save some environmental issues, but can also allow you to have a more cost-effective source of water. Not only that, while seawater desalination is naturally limited on seashores, using that type of plants, of course, you can do it near the city. Some of the cities are located inland, and of course, by doing that, treating the water nearby the sea saves all the conveyance systems. So this is more or less my the things that I could add to the very comprehensive presentation that was presented. And if you have any question, I would be very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Are you there, Gal?
Yes.
So, Francisco, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Nothing else to add.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And you provided us some ideas coming out of the box. And well, I work for the unit of water and hydraulic projects in the concession direction in Chile, in the Public Work Ministry. And we have found some trouble. Congratulations by the rate of reutilization of the water that you have in Israel. You know, you have the top world standards. In Chile, we're trying to make progress in that direction, but there are many legal problems because reused water cannot be used for irrigation if the water is going to be in touch directly with the fruits or the vegetables or the things that are going to be irrigated because of health ministry requirements. We can only use it, for instance, for trees or fruits that are on the highs. So how could you solve this problem in the sense that you can use 100% of the recycled water for irrigation, because we have that is a bottleneck here, and we at the national level, and we are wasting the opportunity to reuse that water.
So I'm not familiar with this specific regulation, although I can tell you that modern technology allows you to have even drinking water from, not even the highest quality water from by recycling municipal wastewater. I think maybe the most important thing to do is to have a technological session with the authorities, maybe a health department, and explain them the exact process, because the modern processes assure that water quality is flawless, and using either thermal solutions or membrane solutions with some additional extra treatment can you can make sure that the water quality is can meet any standard, any drinking standard, and of course any irrigation standard. So I am not so sure. I'm talking about recycling of water, which contains, as I said, membranes treatment or thermal treatment, and not just filtration. By using those two aggressive purifications types, you can eliminate all hazardous ingredients from the water and to make sure that you meet all possible standards. And maybe we need to, I don't know, to have a standardization process, and so to explain what modern technology can offer.
Thank you, Gal.
Thanks so much, Gal. Excellent points and intervention. It's a pleasure for us to have you here. So I would like to say, well, muchas gracias a todos, tanto la audiencia que está.
I'd like to thank everybody who has joined us today, our audience who joined us virtually, as well as those who have joined us in person here. According to our agenda, we're going to take a lunch break now. This is based on Chilean time, so we will reconvene in 1 hour. This will be 12:30 in Washington and 6:30 in European Central Time, and then we will talk about the concessions in desalination plants. We will have a presentation from Almar Water Solutions and Pablo Negroni, who is here in the room with all of us, and then we will have the panels to discuss the regional experiences, particularly the case of Peru, who will discuss their investments, and in Brazil, who also set up a PPP in conjunction with the health authority to develop water projects in that state. So we will reconvene once again in 1 hour. We invite all of our audience members to remain connected. You can stay on the call, and we will resume our activities after lunch. To everybody who's here, we're going to go down to have our lunch, and we hope to see you at our next session. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todos, y a todos y a todas. Muchas gracias por continuar con
Good
nosotros.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us. As we said before we broke for lunch, we're going to have a technical panel. We're going to talk about different business models. We have Aranca Menchia, who is the Vice President of Business Development of Alma Water Solution, a chemical engineer with 10 years of experience, and she has done water projects in many different countries. And also, she was involved in the first desalination program, Dominican African transfer in Eastern Africa, working in Morocco, and also worked on one of the largest desalination plants in Saudi Arabia. So we will hear from Alma Water Solutions, and that will be a virtual talk. Arancha, thank you very much in advance. We can see you on the screen, so please go ahead. We're ready whenever you are. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the IDB for this opportunity. And you were wrong on my years of experience. I have worked for more than 20 years, unfortunately, in terms of any age deduction. So I have worked in many different countries. So the increase, and later we'll be talking about different projects. I have nothing terribly new to tell you in comparison to what other panelists have already said. So I was listening to many of the presentations, especially to Domingo's, and basically the experiences that we're going to share with you are quite similar to his. So I'll go quickly through the first slides because I think you already know this, and I'll try to talk about some examples. And if I do have time, and I hope I will, although I had prepared a presentation talking about success models, perhaps just to round things out, it would be good if I talked about some projects that were not successful, some projects that failed. And in that way, we can draw some experience. We can analyze why at that moment, the projects did not function as planned. Can you see my screen? Yes, perfectly well.
Como se ha comentado largamente en la sesión de hoy,
as was said earlier today, economic growth of all countries, of all sectors, depends to a great extent on water. You often have to allocate the importance to it that it deserves. It is a critical factor for economic growth. So you have to consider it because of its impact on economic growth of countries. And as we're seeing, it also is reflected in climate change. 9 of each 10 natural disasters are somehow related to water. Nor should we underestimate the impact that the water sector has suffered because of the pandemic and the war against Ukraine, not only in terms of water per se, but also because of PPP development, because we are more and more aware of commodity prices, interest rates, and also there is uncertainty amongst investors. Now, despite all of that, there has been a rather positive evolution in this sector. So this shows coverage of water and sanitation in Latin America going up to 2017, beginning in 2000. As you can see, the provision of services has basically stagnated. So water and sanitation treatment is basically at the same level. However, we do realize that there are serious deficiencies in the water system. There are some institutional regulatory deficiencies, and all of that was made worse by climate change. And all of this is impacting the service being provided. In the rest of the world, it is estimated that more than 70% of the world's population has an assured drinking water service, but only 45% of the population has safe sanitation services. The use of water has grown substantially. Here, as we said earlier today, reuse is often a more economical solution, and the growth has been greater in desalination, but also between 2020 and 2022, over 20 years, there has been a very significant increase in the number of installed sanitation plants. Here you can see figures from recent years. You can see a spike in 2019. And in recent years, more and more desalination plants have been contracted because of a lack of resources. And here you can see over the last 2 years, the estimate is that 90 more desalination plants have been installed. And 92 are brackish water projects. And it's important to point out that a lot of this capacity has been installed successfully. Now, in talking about the possibility of using PPPs for desalination, it's true that in the last 20 years, because of a change in tariffs, there has been a lower energy consumption. The average consumption is 3 kilowatts hour per cubic meter because of the optimization of membranes, the type of equipment. And because of that, the water tariffs are much more competitive. And this makes it not only possible, but very interesting to develop desalination projects using a PPP arrangement. You already heard about the Middle East and the programs that different countries have, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, but also they have been able to lower their energy costs. And it is important to learn from the developments in those countries. And later we can talk about our experience with them. As I was saying, the crisis, the war in Ukraine have held up the implementation of these projects. There has been a delay in the financial arena and also in building these projects. Now, mega projects, because of the economies of scale, that was mentioned this morning in a presentation, scale is important. If there's an assured demand for a larger project that can cover several regions, several populations, usually that offsets the additional investment cost needed to build a larger project. Also, we talked about multi-purpose plants. Here I'm talking about the different uses that can be given: industrial, municipal, agricultural, and also there are some PPP arrangements in this area, especially the one in Morocco. Also, in the Middle East and Northern Africa, there has been good progress, especially in Egypt, that has a large number of new installations. Generally, when we talk about this topic, it's the BOT, build, operate, transfer model that is the most frequently used. There, a private developer builds, owns, and operates the facility for a relatively long period of time, 20 to 25 years. After that, the operation is transferred to the client, and usually that is done at a cost of zero because the plant has to be turned over as if it were new. There are many different variations. In the Middle East, they talk about independent water projects, also IWPPs, but in those cases, the private investor puts in about 20 to 30% of its own resources, and financial entities finance the rest. In most of these cases, public resources are not contributed. What the public sector has to do is provide a solvent payment guarantee. So that helps distribute risks amongst the parties. It's important to point out that often the concern is more one of concern with paying tariffs. There are many projects that are very complex in nature, but the investor wants to make certain that the payment will be done. Usually these projects are launched by solvent entities that are going to be paying their monthly water payment. But if something happens over the 20 or 25 years, there has to be a good enough guarantee behind that to assure payment. In other cases, very few, there may be a direct subsidy. That would be the case of Algeria, for example. Also, it helps lower the tariff to the final user, or in multi-purpose plants that I will be talking about later when we get to Morocco. It helps lower the tariff for some consumers, say farmers, or those that cannot pay even a low tariff. Now, an important thing for a BOT contract is the client has to have financial, legal advisors with experience in this type of project. Not only do they have to understand the challenges of a desalination plant, but also the appetite of financiers and investors. Contracts are getting more and more sophisticated, and it's true that often the distribution of risk is being stretched so that the private sector will take on more risk than what it actually should. That is something that we have seen many times today. Here, ACV, with its contract with the public entities, the shareholders, and what is very important is back-to-back contracts with EPC, and the operator. All of the technical guarantees have to be transferred to these contracts, to the construction and the operation contracts. This is not easy to do. One of the hardest things is to get someone that knows enough about PPP contracting, the penalties. And it's true that the arrangement that we usually see is that investors become investors working side by side with technical people. But for this arrangement to work, it's important to understand the transfer of technical risk. ACV can transfer the economic risk, but it's not the entity to assume performance risk. Now, regarding the most recent experiences here in 2021, there was a large contract. It was a bought contract, but most of this was a BOO in Saudi Arabia. Here you can see the tariffs, the investments, and there were 450,000 cubic meters per day, including distribution through pipelines, investment, $879 million US, the tariff 47 cents per cubic meter, and the investment can be seen here on the screen. These tariffs cannot be replicated anywhere. This was a mega project. We're talking about conditions for the investors that were very favorable and the cost of energy very low. They have continued to be equally profitable in 2022. Now, private entities have a lot of technical expertise, and they are incentivized to apply innovation and science in the plants. They know how to deal with these risks. Also, you must keep in mind that now there is an excess of financing, and people are looking for projects to finance. And desalination is not considered to be a new technology. It has been tested, and consequently, investors feel comfortable financing these projects. Another thing, if it's a PPP model, and you have the support of the government, there is long-term stability. And that gives you a very competitive tariff with sustainability, where each party focuses on performing its role.
So what do PPPs contribute to desalination infrastructure? Well, it includes additional financing sources, transfer of risk to the private sector, maintenance of the ownership and public control, which is important. We're talking about a contract that's in the form of a BOT or BOO for 25 to 30 years. And it guarantees stable and predictable tariffs and rates, which is friendly to budgets. And at the present time, that is a key element. And for the private sector, their mission is to improve the quality of the service, the efficiency in the system, the transparency, and what have you. In my opinion, the best practices that are applicable to these types of projects, or what are the key elements for success? Well, first and foremost, in desalination, the investor is offered incentives. This payment of the tariff is not based on key performance indicators. So in terms of the risks for end user consumption, that is handled through other types of contracts and concessions. And at least in the PPPs that I've worked with, this take for pay arrangement is absolutely foundational. So we have investors that want to do business with water infrastructure and energy. At least in our case, the energy component is not a part of our business. So we don't try to get any benefits for electrical costs. We consider that the energy is a pass-through cost to the final customer that has, at the end of the day, most of the control. And as an investor, what we have is to guarantee access to the end product. Now, in any situation where there are benefits, they are shared. If there's a larger consumption than what was predicted or planned for, then we do have an arrangement in place to distribute those risks. So any variability remains in the hands of those who know how to manage those situations the best. A different type of variation that can be concerning for this type of project, and especially given the volatility in today's markets, when we see success stories all over the world, normally the customer assumes the risk with regards to the interest rates. And it's the customer that assumes the risks from the offer to the financial closure. And from that point, the corresponding hedges are contracted for to minimize the risk. Additionally, when the situation in the financial markets improves, then these contracts are subject to refinancing arrangements. And this can lead to other arrangements between the private entity and the customer, and everybody can benefit from these favorable changes. As I was mentioning before, clearly these securities and guarantees are absolutely fundamental. And when we talk about a take for pay arrangements, the takers have to have sufficient capacity, but that's typically the least of our problems. What we need to do is think about how to cover the end of term payments. Another practice employed in these projects that make the tariffs more competitive between investors. These projects are dollarized at certain stages of the project, and given the variability in the exchange rate, this is not passed on to the developers. And we are seeing projects where if there's any appetite by local banks, then we could conduct the investment component through the use of different currencies. One can be dollarized and the other one can be using local currency. Nevertheless, operational costs would be reimbursed at the local level. They would be reviewed every year and assessed based on inflation. And what we're trying to do is ensure that this works. The investor wants to get their return regardless of the currency, but many of these cases that use local currency don't see the point in dollarizing some of these aspects. Another important element is the regulatory framework based on international arbitrage standards for these purchase and sale contracts. These are key to be able to avoid any major conflicts. So what are the main problems in these types of operations? Of most importance, a PPP cannot be involved in a public works project with a potential protagonist that could be in danger of declaring bankruptcy. Additionally, there is limited capacity for planning and developing budgets in the long term for some of these projects. In some cases, the lack of the existence of competitive and transparent bidding processes is also a problem. Additionally, there needs to be an effective control and a well-established institutional structure to avoid potential additional costs and other adverse circumstances. As everybody knows, the delay in the granting of state licenses and permits, as well as the acquisition of land, can be a problem. It's important for a project that's approaching the final stage of implementation to have the permitting well in advance, or to have the permitting up to date to be ready to go into full implementation. There are a number of places, and some of them are in Latin America, but there are many countries where there is no regulatory framework for desalination or recycling. So this means delays for licensing and permits, because many of these countries don't have the framework to understand what they're issuing permits or licenses for. So it's important for those countries that want to take advantage of this resource to have a legal framework to be able to undertake these projects. The final tariff paid by users can be made in local currency, which is not normally the currency that is used for financing the project. And this needs to be discussed with investors and customers to mitigate the impact. Many times customers, through the rate that they are charged, cannot cover the real cost of the water. And so we need to perhaps consider co-financing arrangements or subsidies to ensure that any brackish water treatment projects can be feasible, both at the municipality level and at a regional level. Another thing is that the non-accounted for water needs to be adequately quantified, which implies additional increases to the rate. So this also relates to additional control mechanisms for the water to ensure the optimal use for this resource. Success stories. I think we've already heard about some of these. We have the case of Algeria. They had a project with a term from 2005 to 2010, and they wanted to, or rather, Algeria had a stable and secure framework for the development of water infrastructure under PPP models. They had a PPP plan financed by public banks at a fixed interest rate over the long term. And at that time, when they were trying to do this, they could get very competitive tariffs per cubic meter. This was an ambitious project. It did not just include desalination. At the end of the day, they needed to also find other uses for the water that was being produced. Now, it is true, as Domingo stated, that many plants were built, but they didn't have adequate distribution to take advantage of the resource that was being produced. But this project involved the development of this plant, but not as an isolated entity. There were other developments that were coordinated along with this project. In the case of Algeria, we had two off-takers, Sonatrach, that paid for the water, and the public water company that was in charge of controlling the delivery to the final users. At the beginning, the public entity had 49% of SPVs, but this led to more competitive circumstances, and you also had a secured payment arrangement in place. So what happened was that after having a number of very successful initial projects with the involvement of private investors, Algeria decided to change this model and transitioned most of the following projects to the public sector. So they went to this different arrangement, and this led to a change in the rules of the game. There was a great deal of trust and confidence lost in the private sector for these projects. Nobody wanted to leave anything exclusively in the hands of a government. There were probably other interests involved in those cases. And it is true that in recent years, the desalination plan has changed. And now the best we can say about that sector right now is that we don't really know. The Morocco case is also interesting. Their infrastructure project or plan for water has been very intricately tied to other success stories. There's a great deal of confidence in the private sector in this country because things have been done appropriately. They have been moving slowly, but everybody is confident that they've been done correctly. This ended up culminating in two projects that I wanted to mention, and these connect the production of potable water for the population with water with other uses. In that case, the investment for the irrigation component of this project is working with a investment subsidy, which has led to a mixed arrangement to make the water for irrigators much cheaper. It is true that though there is some local financing involved in this, Morocco has a very strong bank sector. The budget in the public sector, however, is limited, and they've tried to structure these projects with the adequate guarantees from the public sector. This is the Agadir example in which I was able to work for some time. This was made up of two components, as I mentioned, the potable water component, 150,000 cubic meters per day, and the irrigation water component, 125,000 cubic meters per day. This is located in Agadir. The type of contract involves a BOOT with a 30-year term in a take or pay arrangement, and the demand has been covered. There were two off-takers in this case, the ONEE, National Water Utility, and the Ministry of Agriculture, that primarily provided oversight for the irrigation component. The structuring of the project that involves a component with a BOT, with a local bank, with the Ministry of Finance as the guarantor. But the Agriculture Ministry was the guarantor for the irrigation component with greater guarantees for farmers and a payment guarantee by the public Ministry to cover any losses for those farmers. But even though I've not been involved with this project for that long, I've seen that most of the farmers have subscribed to these agreements. They've been making their payments because the costs have been very competitive. They basically pay for the operational costs. Then we have the Saudi Arabia case, which really attracted much interest at the international level because this was a very, very ambitious program. They tried to create strategic sector and involve a number of different financing entities. You're looking for both water and energy projects. This is the country that has invested the most at the global level in desalination plants under PPP models with long terms. Some of these mega plants are connected to renewable energy, but not directly. This is not a simple coupling of one system to the other. And it is true that the local fiscal conditions, the tax system in country is very different to what we're all accustomed to in different parts of the world. This is driving down rates for end users to less than 45 cents on the dollar per cubic meter. One of these cases is the Shuqeit 3 plant. It's in the southern port of the country, close to the Yemen border. It has a capacity of 450,000 cubic meters per day. The guarantee was issued by the Finance Ministry. This is what they call the Independent Water Project, but really it's a BOO arrangement in US dollars with the operating and maintenance cost aligned with inflation. The initial investment, or the total investment, was on the order of $578 million, and the rate afforded to users was 52 cents per cubic meter. Many times we believe that these types of projects can be delayed, especially according to the structure that is considered for them. In this case, the bid was conducted in 2017. The proposals were presented in August of 2018, and they were awarded that same year. In January of 2019, the signing of the contract took place, and the financial closure for the project was conducted in 2019. This worked pretty well because there was a very clear-cut understanding by all of the stakeholders about everything that needed to be done. They've been operating now for some time, and we can say that we have been very satisfied with this project during the pandemic, especially. And this is all the technical scope. I don't want to delve too deeply into the details, but it's basically a reverse osmosis plant with the capacity listed there. It has 3 intake towers with 3 times 50% design. It has a sludge management system and everything. And I wanted to show you this organizational chart for the overall scope of the project. And it gives you the idea of how complex these projects can be. But when they are structured correctly, these projects can have execution and financing periods that are rather short. This was a 4-company enterprise. Our company worked with a local company. We had different companies such as Acciona, who took care of the electrical work. And this was a joint venture agreement with a water purchase agreement. And all of this was coordinated with the Finance Ministry. And we set up the contracts for water connection, insurance, land acquisition, with all of the guarantees required by the investors. The Australian case I mentioned previously, it's true that the PPP there has approached this from a different standpoint. One of these was a collaboration between the municipality and the private sector for the construction and operation. But they've established these BOT type projects, but these are primarily areas that have a scarcity in the water resource. These are expensive plants, but they designed them with the view to have sufficient guarantees to address any extreme circumstances of water scarcity or drought. But this was a joint collaboration with the private sector, which at the end of the day is necessary to be able to carry these projects out. Now, the Mexican case is more well known for us. There have been few of these projects done there, but nevertheless, we've seen success stories there, like in other places. This is one case of projects with Banobras. They haven't produced any significant changes over the last decade, given that they didn't work initially with APPs with the states. And the variability in the exchange rate for the currency has attached a higher level of complexity to these programs. Now, if I could get an extra minute or two, I'd like to say that not everything has been a success story. In recent years, we've seen some less than satisfactory cases, and one of them is in Mexico. There's a failed desalination project in Mexico, Nazarito. There was an attempt by the state of Baja California through the central government with the support of Conagua. This is a project that they've been trying to develop for close to 10 years, but they started with a guarantee arrangement that was insufficient, that involved Conagua, and unfortunately, it hasn't been possible for this project to be successful because the state does not have the capacity to absorb certain termination payments that are required by the guarantees that are contained in the contract. And we had a similar experience in Kenya, in Mombasa. A state, in this case, Mombasa, attempted to work through a PPP for a bid for a desalination project. We were involved in bidding for that project, but the necessary guarantees were insufficient, and the central government has never been able to cover that requirement. Why? Because the entity that had to work through these issues never did so. And as a result, we've been pointing fingers over the last 10 years and trying to place blame for the overall failure of the project. The project has been interrupted and continues to be a failed project to this very day. So it's important to have the necessary arrangement and framework from the outset of any project, ensure the legal framework is in place to define who will be in charge of certain payments over the term of the loans or the term of the project. We also have a number of countries that have different plants in development, but they're not using PPP models. And they're trying to achieve prices that are extremely low. Now, this has been able to be achieved in PPP models because contractors have been forced to be very competitive in their operations. Now, when they've tried to do very ambitious PPP arrangements, they realize that the real cost of projects to be able to extend the term out to 20, 25 years, when they look at the returns, there's no fit between the methodology used and the attempt to get the lowest price. Nowadays, these projects are being delayed much more than what was expected. We could also talk about the similar experiences in the US, serious delays in projects, especially in California. Many issues with permitting and licensing. And I think that those that will be participating in the discussion, we have include people from Peru, and they can talk to us about a project in Lima. In my opinion, Lima is one of the cities that needs to really bet big on this type of alternative. And given the current demand and need that they have at the present time, they have, or they lack the capacity to really cover that demand. And in the case of Lima, they've been talking about a desalination plant both in the northern part of the city and as well in the southern part for a really long time. But it would be prudent for them to try to structure a project in the appropriate way to be able to meet their needs in that city. And that's all I had. Thank you very much, Arancha. Honestly, I think your presentation really does favor the initial decision of not going with 10 years, but rather 20 years at the outset of these projects. Thank you. If you will allow, we can move on to the presentation from Edenware Technologies, and then we can open the floor for our discussion if you will allow me to do that. So let's move on to Juan Pablo Negroni. He's the country manager for Air and Water Technologies in Chile. They work with engineering, construction, operation of desalination plants, as well as industrial water treatment plants. We are fortunate that Juan Pablo is based here in Chile, and we have him in the room. So we'll open the floor after Juan Pablo's presentation for a discussion with all of our panelists. Juan Pablo, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to the IDB to be able to discuss water technologies and the experience that we have working through PPP models, public-private partnerships, both in Israel, one of the leading countries in the world, and in Chile, as well as other countries in the region. As the Chilean country manager, I have the responsibility of managing the Peruvian operation, where we just installed a smaller plant, 200 kilometers south of Lima, for an industrial application. It's a small plant, but we believe it'll be very interesting because it's also a tourist area, and this emerged as an industrial need, but it may become a hybrid type of operation to meet other needs in other sectors. Now, you know about our company already.
Ahí sí. Me salté una. Bueno, IDE Water Technology.
IDE Water Technologies is an Israeli company. It was established in 1965 to mitigate the water issues that that country had. You all know that it's a small country. It's in a primarily desert area. But in addition to conflicts with their neighbors, one of the things that happened at that time was neighbors restricting access to water. And they decided at that time to start acting independently to meet their own hydrological needs and improve their access to this very basic resource, which is water. And this led to our company becoming one of the leading companies in water technology. This company is part of an investment fund, and we have a presence in all 5 continents. We are technology leaders in the desalination and water treatment arenas. We use both thermal as well as membrane technology. We've conducted more than 400 plant facility projects in more than 40 countries. And we were, in a certain way, a precursor in the market for the sale of desalinated water. But we've already installed about 25 plants in Chile. Most of them are smaller. As I stated previously, we have more than 400 facilities that we've worked on in more than 40 countries. And as I stated earlier as well, we have a presence in every continent. We have offices in Israel, the US, China, Chile, Peru, and we expect to expand our operational base to Brazil. This is what IDE does. This is a company that began working in desalination. They focused primarily on thermal technology at the time. Starting in the years in 2000, we started transitioning to membrane technology that has been mentioned numerous times during this webinar. And this is the leading technology for desalination plants at the global level. And we've also developed other solutions for industrial water applications. And we also have worked extensively with recycling systems, which have been a solution to mitigate the drought and water scarcity problems. And we also conduct extensive watershed management work and efficient use of water resources. It's kind of like a boat that has a lot of holes. We're continuously trying to cover all the holes to stay afloat. So part of our effort is to achieve an integrated management of all of these sectors. Now, we are well known for our EPC work, and we have the capability, and we are currently developing a very long list of EPC facilities as well as other desalination plants, but we are also interested in doing BOOT projects or BOO projects, given that we are a leading company in this technology in Israel, with almost 80 or 90% of the water produced in this way in Israel as part of the portfolio of projects of our company, excuse me.
We're also in a position to sell services to third parties, maintenance. That's something we also do in Israel and elsewhere. And we think that that's an area that is set for growth. So in addition to what I just said, I want to show you some of our references. The largest plant in the world was Suárez 1, 7,200 liters per second. And that belonged to our company, but we had to sell it. Because of monopoly considerations, we had to sell this asset. But we continue to have that license to Hadera, Ashkelon, another important product, and the one in California that is the largest in the United States. And before Antofagasta came online, that was the largest one in the Americas. Also, we have operations in India. That is important. It's demanding technology more and more. Also in China, we have another one in Formosa, Quebrada, an inverse osmosis plant, and they're selling desalinated water. Another plant in Australia, and recently, and this is under construction, it should be ready next year. We have Western Galilee that is 3,250 liters per second, and Ancor that is under construction. It's not on the list, but I want to tell you that in addition to these projects today, we learned that we were just awarded another large project here in Chile. So someone else has to make the announcement before we can, but hopefully that will be made common knowledge as soon as it comes out in the press. One of the important characteristics, just like any Israeli corporation, is the possibility of being able to develop new things, being always on the cutting edge. We presented to the Water Congress last year. That was mid-2022. Here, getting into what the PPPs are, this has been commented on today about how to lower water tariffs. First of all, CapEx, the initial investment, very important. That varies from place to place. But usually it's 30 to 40%. That is a fixed investment. Energy, very important. That too varies according to the cost of energy. In Chile, it could be a bit higher, a bit less, depending on where it is and whether or not it's renewable. basically what drives these considerations, if it's a public-private partnership, there are some costs that are variable, some are fixed. It is similar to what you find in the energy sector, where what the system does is pay the cost of maintenance, paying to keep the power available within the system. And that could be applied to PPPs. Here, this slide has a lot of small print, but I hope you can see it, especially if you have a big computer screen. Here, this is the type of concessions that exist in Israel. I'm going to go through this very quickly. The concession system in Israel is not a panacea, but there are some differences that I'm going to highlight comparing the approach to Chile. First of all, we have the quality of water. And as Gal was saying, and it was also said by a colleague from Mercrot, you have to define water quality. It has to be good. We saw the numbers. This is an important issue that has to be kept in mind. Something else that is considered in Israel is removing boron. I don't know if that was mentioned here or not, because boron is something that comes from the salt in seawater. But if that water is going to be used in agriculture later on, there are certain crops that can be seriously damaged by the presence of boron. So for that reason, the desalination plants in Israel have a second step to remove boron. We do that in California too. So in the future, in the PPP arrangements that may be applied in Chile, if it's thought that the plant is going to be used for agricultural purposes, we have to look at how the water is going to be used, because there are some consumers that are not affected by boron, others are. So if we use boron contaminated water to irrigate avocados, for example, you damage the crop. So it's a very important consideration, because boron requires a second step, a second pass. So removing that boron increases the cost. That's an important consideration. What else do we have here? Protection of the environment. That's part of our legislation. Water price. There has to be a fixed price paid every 2 months. If it has a variable price, then that is connected to the water actually provided. So you look at the amount of water that was actually delivered. That is different from what you find in other industries. Another important thing, something that you see a lot in Israel, the state of Israel defines the location of the plant. That is something very important. We talked about that today over lunch. So the government of Chile would have to determine perhaps where they want the desalination plants to be built. We know that there is a lot of opposition from some environmental groups, so we would have to find the best places that would be viable economically, where they would be in a good place for consumption, but this also has to be in a place where they can be built. We're not going to put a desalination plant in Valparaiso for ecological tourism reasons. So perhaps they need water there, but perhaps the plant could be sited better. So it will be important to have the input of the government. The government would have to decide where they want these plants to be built. It should not be an uncertainty to be dealt with by the bidder. Then something else, this is something that affects us in Chile, that is the subsidy. In Israel, there is some subsidy provided by the government. That is not the case in Chile, but the subsidized tariff does not exist. So we have to think of how we're going to get a subsidy for water use in Chile. If you look at the value of water in Valparaiso or the metropolitan area, the cost is lower than in Antofagasta. So it is very important to be clear that leveling those tariffs will mean a contribution on the part of the government, because otherwise there will be further social unrest. If we got the protests that we saw recently with a small increase in tariffs, just imagine what would happen if we raised water prices considerably. There has to be a subsidy that makes it possible, because water costs will go up, but at a reasonable pace. And it's because of scarcity. If we have to tie the cost of water in Chile with its availability, we would have a lot higher cost than what we are currently paying. So I think that those are the most significant differences. The other thing is the supply. Here, the price is not the most important factor. There are different considerations for the valuation. So we want to make certain that the commercial offer is above a certain level. The other important thing is technological improvements. A lot has to do with the philosophy followed in Israel. This is a lot that is due to our staff. They constantly want to be making technological improvements. There are parameters that have to be complied with. So they award a contract with certain energy consumption or certain chemical consumption levels, but then they keep working to improve those parameters. They're always raising the bar to make certain that the plants will perform at a higher technical level. That's an important thing that needs to be taken into account, and it's something that's been said here today. These PPP contracts have to reward technical quality, and that goes in hand with the cost. The lowest cost is not always the best one. So the contract has to be able to comply with the objectives for which the project was designed or conceptualized. So the cheapest equipment, the cheapest technology is not going to make this business sustainable in the long run. So there is a difference between a competitive operating price and a very good quality of implementation. So it's not always the lowest cost. That is why it is so important to involve the technologist in this operation, saying, okay, this is going to happen, and hopefully this operation can keep improving. So you don't want the generic plant, which has an availability of close to 98%. That's a benchmark. So they are quite reliable in terms of availability. Here, then, different types of contract. This means that after some 30 years, the plant becomes property of the state. But often, sometimes there's a new concession after rebidding for that plant. Then we've also talked about permitting. If the concessionaire is in charge of obtaining the permits, that's the case in Chile. And another very important thing has to do with archaeological management. And obviously that's very important in Israel. There's tremendous respect in terms of archaeology and archaeology finds. So you may uncover things that go back millennia. So something else that's important in Israel is looking at local laws. So these are different points that point to differences between Israel and Chile. But things are not all that different. So I think that we are on the right track. Those from the private sector that want to participate in this area hope all of this is going to work and work soon. And we are very excited about working with the Ministry of Public Works, the MOP. That gives us a possibility of working in a different market, a market that we don't have today, a market that is focused on agriculture and mining, but also we hope to be able to participate in this market. So basically that ends my presentation. I know it was very quick, but let's go to our question and answer period. Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. That was an excellent presentation. We have a temporary conflict. We're 15 minutes behind schedule, and we've received a lot of questions from the audience. So in view of this situation and where we stand with the presentations, perhaps it would be better if we redirect these questions. It may be a good time to say that all presentations are going to be available. These presentations, this event is being recorded, and we would like to thank all of our speakers. They have been willing not only to present, but also to share their presentations. So Juan Pablo, you were with us here in person. Arantxa was connected remotely, but we have to go on to the next session. If we tried to answer all the questions we have gotten in the chat, we would never end. So perhaps we can answer the questions post-event. So I wanted to thank both of you. Thank you for commenting on your international experience and different business models. And now we're going on to another technical panel. And that is structuring concessions for desalination plants and the regional experience. Here we're going to be hearing from Peru and Brazil. In both cases, we have colleagues from the IDB group with us, and they are going to be moderating these panels, working with our counterpart from the public sector. So we're going to begin with Juan Pablo Mendez, a colleague, part of the PPP team, a specialist in Peru with a lot of experience in structuring water and sanitation projects plus desalination. So Juan Pablo, I would ask you to introduce our colleagues from Peru and the people from Chile, from the IDB, and thank everyone for their willingness to join today's panel. So Juan Pablo, I give you the floor. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. First of all, thank you very much for being with you. I have known the panelists from Peru for a long time. These are engineers working in sanitation for many years, so they are friends and colleagues. This is going to be a very interesting panel. We're going to be talking about different desalination projects. So we begin by hearing from two important actors in the PPP area in Peru, because investment, and we have Jorge Sturzenegger of pre-investment projects. Right now, he is in charge of the Headwater project and also working with wastewater treatment projects supported by the IDB. Also, we have different specialists. The specialists with more than 20 years of experience, and for more than 20 years involved in structuring PPP projects and working with international cooperation projects, water and sanitation, producing pre-investment studies, water and sanitation. Also, we're going to hear Luis Marisol Ruiz, who is a representative of CEPA, and that is one of the largest utilities in Peru. It provides services in both Lima and Callao, where the plant is located. A specialist from the public-private project management, the area in charge of supervising the projects given in concession on the part of CEPAL, a sanitation engineer from the National Engineering School, more than 20 years of experience in design of projects for infrastructure and sanitation, more than 8 years of experience in PPPs, supervisor of the Proviso contract, and We are very happy to have him with us to speak of this experience. We begin with Jorge Sumnem, and we'll give everyone 15 minutes. I'm sorry, we will have a 15-minute question and answers at the end.
Jorge, no te escuchamos.
We can't hear you, Jorge.
Bueno, entonces mientras Jorge de repente resuelve sus problemas de conexión.
So while we solve that connectivity problem, oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to thank the IDB for the invitation to this workshop. I'm going to be putting my presentation up on the screen. Let me know if you can see it. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Adelante, Jorge.
Can you hear me? Yes, please go ahead. Just a second, please. I'm going to share my screen.
Eso. Ya. ¿Ven mi pantalla solo para confirmar?
Can you see my screen? Just to confirm.
Adelante, Jorge.
Please go ahead.
Sí. Gracias. Bueno, como
Thank you.
mencionaba,
As Juan Pablo was saying,
la Agencia de Promoción de la Inversión Privada,
the agency to promote private investment, where I work, Proinversión, is in charge of promoting concessioning of infrastructure and public utility companies. In the case of Provisur, we've been part of the project. We have some experience that we'll be sharing with you now in my presentation.
bueno,
I have no sound. I'm sorry. There's very intermittent sound.
En el 2011, el servicio de agua potable y alcantarillado en los balnearios
In
de
2011, the drinking water sanitation of Punta Negra, Punta Hermosa, and San Bartolo were restricted, and these are resort areas
gran parte, digamos, balnearios, en las playas, la demanda subía, digamos,
and
también
beaches.
en estos distritos y Santa María del Mar.
In these districts and Santa Maria del Mar, there has been accelerated growth because of economic growth, real estate development, and the expansion of the city.
En este contexto, el
In
Ministerio de
this
Vivienda,
context, the Ministry of Housing, Construction, and Sanitation, SEDAPAL,
ante una planta
took the
desaladora,
initiative and decided to build a desalination plant
digamos, asequibles.
in
Entonces, en el
an
2000,
area where there are no accessible water sources. In 2012, the project was turned over to Proinversión for it to be turned into a PPP and given in concession. So the idea was financing the construction,
para consumo humano,
and this was using seawater and turning it into water for human consumption. I lost the sound again.
El tratamiento y disposición final de las aguas residuales tratadas. La ubicación, como ya se mencionó, en los 4
Jorge, disculpa, tal vez tenemos
Jorge, we're having problems with your connection. Could you perhaps turn off your camera? That might help.
Eran alrededor de 100 millones de dólares. La modalidad de concesión. Una DFBB MO autosostenible
Estimado Jorge,
que iba a ser pagado
desde la sala y de manera virtual no se escucha muy bien.
Jorge, we cannot hear you.
25 años.
La conexión de Jorge.
Dicho sea de paso, esta planta desaladora
This desalination plant would be, and we lost the sound again. Jorge, we're having problems with your connection. Jorge, can you hear me? Jorge, we're having problems with your connection.
Jorge, Jorge, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me escuchas? Te pediría que te reubicas mientras
básicamente que
sí, Jorge, te pediría que te reubiques para que tengas mejor
Jorge,
conexión.
Perhaps you could find a place with a better connection. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and hear from Luis while you solve the problem. So Luis, would you please go ahead? Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, Luis, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Both Luis and Juan Pablo can turn on your cameras, no problem. And that way we can see you. Yes, that would be great. I just wanted to make sure that I don't have any connectivity problem. But in any case, yes, I'm going to be sharing with you.
¿Me confirman si se puede visualizar, por favor?
Can you see my slides? Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Muy bien, muy buenas tardes a
Okay,
todos.
good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to thank the IDB, Juan Pablo, Jorge, all of the professionals in the region. I thank you for this opportunity, and I wanted to share with you some experiences we have had in implementing the Provisura project. This project is a concession BOT project. The grantor was the Ministry of Housing, Construction, and Sanitation, and they were involved in many parts of the project. Basically, we looked at the contractual part. So once that contract was signed, CEPAL began to administer that contract, and we followed all of the steps that are covered in the concession contract. The concessionaire is Concesionaria Desaladora del Sur. The scope of the project is basically the districts that are south of Lima. For many years, they have not had the basic sanitation services, although they are districts, they're resort areas that have beautiful beaches. They did not have quality services or coverage as they should have. Now, in this case, the grantor, the ministry, worked with the pre-investment department to carry out this far-reaching project. The concession period is 25 years. The close was for May 2014, and the amount was $100 million, including supervision, maintenance, authorization costs. So basically, that is an overview of different characteristics of Provisur. And I wanted to tell you basically about the different components. We have components, different components, different scales of production. I'm not going to get in the details, but in terms of the desalination plant, it is component B. There, I'm going to tell you a bit about the experience that we have had in managing this contract and many challenges that we have had to overcome. In this case, component A was basically to improve the existing treatment plants in the Santa Maria district. And component B has to do with a comprehensive system, a system for drinking water and sewage. We're talking about storage, distribution, treatment of wastewater, and obviously also building of the plants. So to talk about Provisur, that means that we're talking about all of the different parts of a water and sanitation system. And there we were going to build two plants, a desalination plant and also a wastewater treatment plant.
This is the overall map of the system to the south of Lima. As our colleagues mentioned previously, the plant does not cover the needs that exist in the city of Lima. So we opted for diversifying our sources. So we decided to look at seawater as an alternative source to incorporate it into the Provisur project. As part of the concession contract, we established different milestones. One of the most important is the life of the term or the expiration date for this. And this includes the delivery of the land, the acquisition of the various service component, the approval of the technical file, and the approval of the contracts. Now, unless there are things that can be resolved along the way, then we need to apply these criteria very rigorously. So we start with the grantor, providing the land. We move on to the acquisition of different easements and other elements, also by the concessionaire and the grantor. We were able to obtain 30 of these, and about 50% of these were deemed to be the obligation of the concession holder. So we also needed to move to the technical file approval, the oversight of which was provided by SEDAPAL. We also have a general housing authority that also took part in the approval process. It was also necessary to get the necessary certificates from different ministries. One of the more important and necessary obligations that the project required was the authorizations and licensing that the concession holder needed to obtain through the Environmental Health Ministry, which was key for the operation of the desalination plant. We also needed to work with the different port authorities that were involved in the overall scope of the project. Without these permits from these authorities, it would be impossible to continue forward with the project. Additionally, the plants located in Santa Maria needed to be coordinated with the local government in Santa Maria to obtain the various construction licenses and land use ordinances. Finally, we had to work with authorizations from the National Water Authority. The authorization included the execution of the water construction projects, as well as operational projects. It's also important to mention that the circle of influence of the Provisur project encompassed districts that, after being underserved in terms of their access to potable water, they started to build their own networks in conjunction with their local municipal governments. In the case of Santa Maria del Mar, their main source of supply were wells that were in the district, and through private means and arrangements, they undertook the necessary works to be able to meet the needs of their residents in that population. We also have the Punta Hermosa district, who also developed their own infrastructure. Now, the thing was that if these districts would be a part of that overall project, we needed to secure arrangements with those operators to be able to ensure the transfer of the assets. The existing assets and assess over the life of the project if these assets could be a permanent part of the overall project or if they would be more of a complement. So we had to expand the distribution lines as well as other hydrological infrastructure. We conducted a number of specialized studies to be able to see whether or not we could use these already existing elements and work with the current owners. In the case of Santa Maria del Mar, we made an agreement by which they would provide us with their infrastructure. And I should point out that Santa Maria del Mar was already managing their own smaller plants that were part of component A, and they could finally then have irrigation water that they themselves worked to secure during the prior decades. So these agreements were made and signed prior to the concession contract, and this was part of the attachment that was made to the final contract. Here are some photographs of the plants that have been built. Apologies from the English booth, the audio has been interrupted. So we see the images here of the desalination plant project. It includes different filtration systems, cartridge filters, and finally the reverse osmosis. Additionally, we have safety features and other elements. We also have the remineralization, like any and all desalination plants, and so we collect calcium deposits as well as other minerals. Additionally, this treated water is stored in two main deposits, a cistern of approximately 1,290 cubic meters, and another deposit with the same capacity. As I mentioned, this is a complete project that includes a wastewater treatment plant. This wastewater treatment plant also has its own processes, biological. It has the SVR reactor that allows for the continuous processing of sediments and decantation. And the effluent is passed through a disc filter so that it can be reused as irrigation water. In terms of the marine applications, we can see that this has been a critical source for the project. Some of the colleagues have already discussed how the marine assets, depending on the climate circumstances in the area, can in fact impact the operation and development of these plants. And this can often lead to delays in the implementation and construction phase. So we can see here what the collection line is doing at different points. So we see these tunnels that were the responsibility of the concession holder. Two tunnels had to be constructed, and they were not part of the original technical spec sheet. And this was due to the soil quality on the coastline along the beach, and that's why we had to build these tunnels, and there's also a supported stretch upon which the pipelines are placed and run through a Johnson filter. So this allows us to process that original source and filter out any marine contaminants. On the discharge side, we also had to build a couple of tunnels. They're approximately 300 meters long, and the supported stretch is about 670 meters long. And so we have a total of approximately 1 kilometer of distance between the actual plant site and the outtakes or the entry to these tunnels. This is the timeline for the Provisur project. It's important to consider here, and it would be important for us to share and recommend to future project managers that are involved in seawater applications about the potential hazards. If you look at this timeline, just to be able to comply with all of the requirements, we've seen here that it took 3.5 years. The original contract stated that this needed to be done at the latest by the 18th month. But due to a number of social issues and social problems, we were finally able to complete the configuration in November or October of 2017. Now, based on our experience, we can say that this is a topic that needs to be managed and addressed in advance. And we would recommend that you partner with the state to try to overcome some of these issues. In 2016, after 2 years, we were able to come up with a contract, but the last year we had issues that were primarily social in nature. A lot of residents in Santa Maria expressed their concerns about these tunnels, that they had to be far enough away from the bay and the beachfront areas. And so there was a very long negotiation process that had to take place there. So it's important for us to consider, and anybody who wants to engage in this type of project, to consider these potential social factors. Now, in 2.6 years, we have managed to build the entire potable water system. This includes the retooling of the existing sites, the expansion of the distribution lines, the pumping system, the collection system, and the overall plant entered into operations on September 30th of 2020 and is currently providing services to the population. I'd like to highlight a few operational aspects that are relevant. On this slide, we can see the installed capacity for the scale 1 production site, which is 250 liters per second. And then we see the amount of potable water produced. And these are stored in 4 different deposits before being distributed to the network here. Additionally, we could see the treatment capacity for wastewater in the plant with a supply of 180 liters per second as an average flow, but we've seen that the flow has been much lower than the installed capacity. So this is something that I wanted to share. Additionally, I'd like to mention the issue of electrical energy, which is very related to the potable water treatment process. So it's important for us to map these costs that represent approximately 60% of the total operational cost for this facility. This blue curve is the actual specific consumption, and the orange curve is the parameters set by the contractor. So in the Provisur project, we made a contract to ensure certain criteria for the operation, and the contract establishes that CEPAL, the contractors, will only pay for the amount of the specified consumption amount, which is 3.6 kilowatt hours per cubic meter. But we see here, based on this graph, that that level has been surpassed. Sometimes we have to interrupt the treatment process, replace membranes, make some necessary adjustments, and this drives costs higher. But because there is this specific consumption here, we have to consider the energy cost of having a molecule of water and moving it to all the the storage facilities. And this is a big part of the cost for the reservoir. If we wanted to make a comparison with other plants of this type, we would have to understand the energy cost just for the filtration process until you get the final product, which is the treated water. Now, when it comes to wastewater treatment, the effort or the level of the offer was set at this level, and the actual number only recognizes the actual cost. In general, with this Provisur experience, we could say that we've been improving the quality of life for the residents there in the Southern District, and we've been able to increase the coverage levels as well as the quality standards. And so for the case of Sedapal, it's been an excellent experience to have a desalination plant that is operating to improve the lives of Lima residents. The main challenges that we've faced include the implementation of new technology for seawater treatment operations. We had to address different construction risks. This was primarily the responsibility of the concession holder, and all of the complications that arose with the tunnels. The execution of the sanitary infrastructure, part of the problem was that the public authorities were not expanding the distribution networks to maximize the use of the plant. Additionally, we have seen some issues related to the finding or discovery of archaeological sites, and that has led to some interruptions and delays. The desalination plant with their scale 1 production works on the order of 26% of its design capacity. And the capacity for the plant has been built to last until the year 2039. In terms of perspectives and new challenges, we include the implementation of the new irrigation water project, which will allow us to capitalize on the wastewater that is treated from the Pitar Provisur plant. And so we have a final project contemplated that will allow us to expand the various delivery points for treated water, treated wastewater, that is. And in that way, we believe we'll be able to round out all of the various needs that the region requires, and that encompasses the treatment of brackish or briny water. That's all I had regarding the Provisur project. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Luis. We're going to move on to Jorge. And in that case, I'm going to ask you to make your presentation as brief as possible to give us a little bit more time to carry out the other scheduled events on the agenda. Go ahead. Thank you, Juan Pablo. Can you hear me now? Just to confirm? Yes, go ahead. Very well. Forgive me, I had to switch machines. As my colleague Luis already mentioned, the Provisur project is a desalination plant project that involved the sewage system and the wastewater treatment infrastructure. And this is a project from the private sector pro-inversion entity in Peru. We work primarily in public services projects in our country. Just to give you some background related to what was needed. In 2011, we identified the need to supply potable water and sewage systems to Punta Negra, Punta Hermosa, and San Bartolo. And we tried to foster and drive forward a public-private partnership to improve the services in those areas. So the objective for the project was to design, finance, build, operate, and maintain desalination systems, storage and distribution of potable water, sewage, wastewater treatment, and final distribution and disposition of treated water. The networks were built by the concession holder, but they were operated by Sedapal. The estimated investment was on the order of $100 million. The concession mode was self-sustainable, that would be supported by the tariffs paid by users. And the term for this concession contract was 25 years. So Luis has already talked about the various elements of the project, but the idea was to collect seawater, desalinate it, and deposit it in a main storage facility, distribute it in these various resorts and other areas, take the wastewater, treat that, recycle it, destine some of that recycled wastewater to green areas, but any excess would be re-injected back into the ocean. And this depended on the capacity that the plant had to reduce the brininess of the water. In terms of the arrangement for the concession holder would be in charge of designing, building, and operating the infrastructure. The Ministry of Housing, Construction, and Sanitation signed a contract with the concession holder and set up, which is the water authority in Lima, would be in charge of providing oversight for the services. Once the concession holder delivers the potable water to Sedapal and also conducts the treatment of the water, what Sedapal then does is provide potable water services to users that is collected also through the sewage system along with wastewaters, and users can pay a tariff to Sedapal, which is collected in a collection trust account, and that trust then subsequently makes payments to the concession holder for the product that they provide. The oversight for all of these functions is under the purview of the National Sanitation Service Superintendent's Office. The configuration of our project, as Luis has already mentioned, it was made up of three components. Component A, existing treatment plants. B, the desalination, pumping, and reservoir water distribution networks, sewage networks, water treatment and discharge, and component C. So the components were designed, built, and there was an operational period outlined for each one. In the case of component C, which was the second scale of production for these plants, these would be executed 9 years after the signing of the contract, but there was an option there based on the demand that if the volume each day got to a certain level, then we could perhaps extend this. So the way in which we put together the reimbursement or the return on the investment we would pay for components A and B during the first stages of the production, and during the second stage of production, component C, we would make an annual reimbursement payment for 10 years. So the first scale would be for 15 years and the second for 10. In terms of operational and maintenance payments, we paid the RPMO, which was made on a monthly basis. It was a fixed amount, which was what was agreed with the concession holder, and the variable mentioned by Luis was based on energy consumption, electrical energy consumption. And among the milestones in the development of the project, we include that we received this mandate in January of 2012. We undertook an entire internal process for approving the project. We launched the bid towards the end of 2012. We saw 5 proposals for the concession contract. There was another RFP that was published in November of 2013. The proposals were received by December of 2013, and the project was granted on December 17th of 2013. And as restated, in May of 2014, the contract was signed. So 6 consortiums were pre-qualified. I'm not going to list each and every one of them, but these were important entities and stakeholders with extensive and vast experience in desalination. The competency factor was a combination of RPI during the first production scale, the RPMO, also attached to the first production scale, plus we attached the electrical energy consumption as well as wastewater treatment. So the results of the evaluation of the proposals led to the selection of 3 companies. And after we applied the formula, the winner was deemed to be Técnicas de Desalinización de Aguas from Spain. So that was a process that we undertook to select the contractor. In terms of the actual bid and the success factors involved, we can say that there was a very close internal alignment for the various stakeholders in Proinversión, the team members, directors, the committee, the board, the documentation, the designs, the various measures and permitting that were necessary were all addressed and undertaken within the prescribed deadlines. And Juan Pablo could mention some of this too. We had to work on weekends and late hours to be able to ensure full alignment internally within the contractor to be able to ensure full success for the project. We coordinated across entities and with agencies such as CEDAPAL, MEF, and SUNAS. Additionally, we had to deal with the various social stakeholders, mayors in the various districts, as well as community leaders. We had to do an entire social awareness campaign and extreme or a certain number of engagement events with local community members to keep them apprised of what the project was trying to do. Additionally, we had to engage in extensive communication with the market, both for investors and financiers, to be able to achieve the criteria that we outlined for the pre-qualification process. So I think these 4 lines of action were key in the success for us to get the contract. Other relevant aspects to consider include that it's important not to interfere with other public services or other concessions and establish the adequate and appropriate coordination with those providers or service providers. Additionally, we needed to identify all of the services or vendors that were related, be they limestone operators, landfills, labs. We reached out to them and see how we could work with them. Additionally, it was important to get all the necessary permits and licensing, and as Luis mentioned, we needed to really focus on this because it took a very long time to get all the permits and licenses that we needed. Additionally, the port authorities and the Ministry of Culture, Lima has many archaeological sites that are extremely important for the nation, and we had to work very closely with the Ministry of Culture. Additionally, we had to examine any disaster or climate change risks that could impact the project. This could be a determining factor for the actual location of the project or for considering other reinforcements for the actual facility. Additionally, we had the original communities or native communities that we needed to consider. As part of our project, we had to consider this because we have many original and native communities, so we had to work very closely with them and achieve a proper engagement with them. Additionally, any impacts to third parties, if we had to relocate some housing units or some people to be able to execute some of the public works, then we needed to incorporate into the calculation any compensation that would be involved. Additionally, businesses or any disruption to existing streets or what have you would have to be taken into account. We needed to also garner the social community acceptance for the project. As Luis already mentioned, any kind of protest or opposition in the community can delay a project many months. Another very important topic is the tariff impact. In the case of Provisur, which is a project financed by users, we did generate an impact to the tariff rates, and we needed to try to achieve a proper balance between the rates or tariffs paid by users and the benefits. And so the idea was to engage with the community and with the population at large to make sure that we didn't run into any problems on that front.
So basically, that was my presentation. It wound up being in reverse order, but I think that the two talks complemented each other quite well. Thank you, and I will look forward to any comments or questions you may have. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you, Luis. We have only a few minutes for maybe a couple of questions. Very quickly, there is an issue that we have seen in several presentations, and that is that seawater, or water in general, is more expensive if you don't have it. And that is one of the major issues in discussions in terms of analyzing alternatives for sources, and also when you talk about cost. These discussions go on, and then when there are changes in the administration, the discussion gets reopened. So in thinking not only about desalination, but surface water projects too, what would you say would be the way to get different actors to work so as to have these projects executed in a timely way, so as to be able to better serve our final users? Well, in terms of sources, and Lima basically is a desert. So there it's important that surface water projects be able to serve those areas where desalination cannot compete, to try to prioritize the supply of surface or underground water where that can be done at a reasonable cost. And the cost of desalination plants is still a bit high for us, but they can be used for those areas where underground water, surface water is scarce. Now, regarding time, the important thing is to be able to have a relationship between the four dimensions: internal work with entities, work with the social sectors, and work with the market and financiers. so that by getting the 4 groups to work together, we can make good progress, which is exactly what we're all after. We want everyone to have water in a timely fashion. And then, Luis, talking about the Provisur project, we saw that there is 30% of the production capacity, but I wanted to ask you, what is the challenge of Sedapal in terms of being able to increase the demand? Do you intend to increase the catchment area, or what are you considering? Yes, Juan Pablo, you're right. As you have been able to see, we have the water availability. So the idea is to use the production capacity of the plant. And it's odd because the 4 districts that we mentioned went from having restricted water to having water 24 hours a day, all year. However, the neighboring districts are those that are suffering the most. We're talking about Urín, San. So Sedapal has been assessing the possibility of being able to provide service to those districts, either with an operational addendum or having a connection with the central reservoir, so as to be able to provide water to improve the quality of life of these people. Also, I should mention that in the area close to the area of direct supply, there are a lot of housing projects that are looking at the feasibility of this service. So we need to have that availability. And Sedapal has to find a way of reaching all of these new users so as to be able to improve the quality of their lives. The challenge is to serve those who are already users, or should we be thinking of serving new users? We have to strike a balance. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Jorge. That has been a very interesting conversation. And Ancor, I will turn the floor back to you. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the colleagues from Proinversión, Sedapal, just like our specialist in Peru from the PPP team, Juan Pablo, just like in previous sessions. We're short on time. We had a very ambitious agenda, and we could have used a lot more time. So we're definitely going to have to continue this event. Now, I wanted to introduce Carissa Rivero from the IDB group. She works with the Southern Cone. And so, Carissa, please go ahead. Thank you, Ancor. And good afternoon, everyone. We still have, I'm sorry, her sound cut off. We still have more than 400 participants, although we're at the end of a session. This is a very rich panel, rich in knowledge. And if I can speak of conclusions before I present my colleagues from Brazil, this is something where we need both the public and the private sectors to be involved. There are many lessons learned throughout the world, but also in the region. The bank is making an effort to tap into experience from the whole world and the public and private sectors. And that is important because of innovation. So we can come up with options, perhaps, for a more sustainable infrastructure. And with this, with diversity, I'm going to change into Portuguese, if you would allow me. And those who are connected, we also have interpretation. At the bottom of the screen, you can see an icon that looks like a globe. The experience in Brazil, I think that there's something that is quite interesting if you compare it with others. And that is that there is an example where private concerns have expressed their interest. They want to invest in desalination plants. With me, we have Tiziana, who is an economist. She has a master's degree in economics and an MBA. And I've known Luciana for a long time. She is a coordinator of resource training in the state of Ceará. And with Tiziana, we have Silvano Pereira, who has a doctoral degree in sanitation and coordinates the implementation of the Fortaleza desalination plant. So thank you. I give you the
very
floor.
much,
And those
Tiziana.
of you
And
who need interpretation, as I
one,
said,
those who
there
need
is an
translation,
icon at the
as
bottom
I've
of your
said,
screen.
please check
So
your icon
please
for
go ahead,
translation in the
Tiziana.
lower part of your
The floor
screen.
is yours.
Tiziana, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank IGB's invitation, our constant partnership, for all of the projects in desalination. I'd like to thank also your constant support, and Silviano, who is the person who's coordinating this project, and our secretary, Machado, who is the coordinator in the division in charge of governance in our state. This theme is very, very important. We are working with private and public partners to meet the needs. The interpreter apologizes, but the audio is not does not have enough quality for translation. I'll do my best. Thank you. There is a background noise. I'm sorry. Can you see my screen? I believe there is an echo. We can hear some background noise, and it is difficult for the translators to translate. Like background noise, there's some echo. No, I am alone in the room. In the office, there's nobody here. But it is better when she puts the microphone closer to her mouth. It is better. Can you see my presentation or not? No, we see you, not your screen. Are you going to share your presentation? Also, if you speak closer to the microphone, that'd be great. Can you see my presentation now? Yes. How about the audio?
Vamos começar, Tiziana, e vamos ver se a gente consegue.
Tiziana, go ahead. Just start.
E a sua apresentação ainda não está no modo apresentação.
You can also put your presentation in presentation mode. What about now? I'm sorry, I cannot see it from here. Is it in presentation mode yet?
A gente está vendo ainda sem a foto da apresentação, mas pode continuar, Tiziana, para a gente aproveitar o tempo.
Go ahead, Tiziana. Let's take advantage of our time.
Você pode compartilhar a apresentação por mim, por favor?
Susana, could you please try to share the presentation? Go ahead. Because of time issues, I'm going to go ahead.
A gente está vendo essa apresentação, só não...
Ok. Inicialmente, eu queria falar, né,
Initially, I'd like to speak about our legislation in Brazil. In our PPP schemes, we have the administrative concession and the sponsored concession. The sponsored concession is tariff plus service provision. Our state law is similar to our federal law. However, it does have some specificities.
mas também grupo técnico que vai dar apoio a isso.
And there's also a technical group that supports the whole operation. We will also have what we call the ordinary concession. For the institutional governance aspect, this is what the law says. The amounts must be over 20 million. The deadlines more than 5 years and less than 35 years. One cannot have a single supply of labor, supplies, and equipment installations, and the PPP for service provision can be preceded or not by the construction works. This is the managing board that we have. This is the Planning and Management Secretariat, Infrastructure Secretariat, the Attorney General of the state, the Ministry Cabinet, and the Finance Secretariat. In the technical group, we have representatives from these secretariats, one member also from our regulation agency. How do we choose projects in our state of Ceará? The state of Ceará established a long-term project.
Plano de Estado, não apenas de governo. Com isso, ao selecionar os projetos, nós entendemos que o projeto escolhido deve ser aliado com o planejamento estratégico de longo prazo, bem como ele tem que ser priorizado tecnicamente e politicamente. Ele deverá ainda apresentar...
And these projects have political and technical priorities.
Mas por forma de contratação. Então, o projeto ele não nasce PPP.
In other words, the project will not begin as a PPP. It will generate efficiencies so as to be able to attain this modality. In this case, we make quantitative and qualitative assessments. It must have sustainability and continuity. It also must have a positive economic and social impact, and this must be identified. It is a lot of people, and we have to identify what is in the scope of the project and what is not. The interpreter apologizes, but there is a lot of background noise. I'll keep trying. We understand that the team who will contract the project must have a qualified team that will be able to manage from the very beginning its implementation. If we take all of this into account, we look at the risks and alternative modes are sought. What was identified is that seawater has a lot of benefits. Furthermore, we also have this ease because geographically we are in a favorable area. As you can see here on the chart, it shows our periods of drought.
E injeção dessa água no sistema de distribuição da região metropolitana. A planta que foi considerada no projeto referencial
The plant was considered to be a reference project to cover the needs of a population 720,000 inhabitants.
Que foi considerada
In the structure, we started out assessing the problem, which was the need to improve the water supply. Then we went on to the strategic alignment with the government and something that at the time was called a consultation letter draft. What was the goal here? This letter was prepared
minimamente vai estimar o CAPEX e o OPEX,
to make an estimate of CAPEX, OPEX,
a localização, né, se ele tem implantação, se ele precisa.
also the identification of the best site, the risks of the project, the institutional arrangements, what population would benefit, what would be the social and economic benefits, and typically we suggest the assessment of 3 studies in order to identify those that would bring the best options for project guidelines, assessment analysis, a criterion of performance, risk analysis, and then the modeling of the risk. And all of this would be portrayed in this study and included in the bids. The companies who participated
Foi escolhida a GSM. Na estruturação, após isso, lançada essa carta consultiva.
After the elaboration of this consultation letter, including all of these requirements, and after this letter was approved, we would go on to the next stage, which is the PMI structuring. The winning bidder
ele tem, todo mundo já trabalha assim com grupo de pessoas mais ou menos.
Everybody works with a team of people devoted to the project. A consultant firm is found. The companies are selected. There is the board support and finally the approval of the studies. We were able to sign the contract in July 2021. We have a control entity and the project has many stakeholders. We have the board, the technical team, the regulating agency, CAGESP, also the control agency belonging to the state, the Economic Research Institute, the Water Resource Secretariat, the Environmental Surveillance, the federal government, the Fortaleza, which is the capital city, which participates in this concession. what we can see is that the number of involved actors is high. And one of the challenges was the coordination of so many people. So we had this perspective wanting to work proactively, or we needed a representative of each one of these agencies in the initial stages of this study so as to avoid not having it supported and approved at a later date. So the projects are submitted to a previous evaluation. And this is a stage where the different agencies and entities make their contributions, trying to convince the control agency what all of us want and consider this to be a win-win project, the PPP mode. In this case, the public will also win because when the risk is reduced, the results are much better. And of course, we understand that the population is also involved. The perspective and what we want is to meet the population's needs. With regard to challenges, we have this very new and innovative engineering, the non-existence of similar infrastructures in the country, and the magnitude of the project in terms of infrastructure and value. Also, the mode, the PPP mode, a lack of a devoted team, institutional articulation, guarantees, and tariff readjustments. And then this sectorial governance with all of these players. The studies that were contracted by our agency are the ones you see on the screen, the project guidelines, the alternative studies for the sites, the project of engineering, the diagnosis and demand studies, the study of energy supply demands, environmental impact, and so on and so forth. The modeling is really the backbone of the project. We have to look at these legal, financial, environmental, and technical and operational aspects at this point. We have the modeling, the economic feasibility study. In other words, the project must show that it has a great potential to generate value for the society, generating jobs and improving the incomes of families, the political aspect as well. We are now experiencing a parallel challenge, which is the implementation of our hydrogen plant.
Nosso ex-governador atual ministro da Educação dizia, nós estamos na esquina do Atlântico, né? Nós temos bons ventos, nós temos grande parte do ano, maior parte do ano, com energia solar, né? E a gente entende também que
we're also very well located because we do have solar energy for most of the year. So there's also the political aspect. It must be viable. It has to consider the alignment between executive and legislative powers. We have the social aspect. It has to be viable again, with the potential to generate benefits for the population. We have the legal aspect, which is the existence of a framework, an institutional framework allowing for the project. The technical aspect, which is the reverse osmosis, the desalination technology with the lowest investment costs, the environmental aspect with impacts that are low intensity impacts and low duration, and finally, the fiscal aspect. Our initial modeling exercise obtained these results: total capex, desalination plant, the basic and executive project, and the study reimbursements with these amounts. In Brazilian reais. We say a lot that, and we talk about challenges and difficulties, but we should also mention the benefits that we get with this project. As to the financial modeling, it is an administrative concession proposition, a PPP with 30 years, 30 months for implementation, a private entity compensation, and in this amount of investments does not include the purchasing of land. On the right-hand side, you see the amounts, the description of the capital breakdown.
Na modelagem jurídica, o objeto foi a concessão administrativa tanto para a construção como a operação e manutenção da planta para a região metropolitana de Fortaleza, com a capacidade de 1 metro cúbico por segundo. Aí ele inclui a construção, a operação, a manutenção das unidades integrantes dos sistemas físicos, operacionais e gerenciais de produção e energia e entrega de água potável, inclusive as ligações até o ponto de entrega e os respectivos instrumentos de medição. O critério de julgamento utilizado foi o valor da contraprestação e a participação. A gente lançou os editais, a gente normalmente tem procurado lançar os nossos editais em 2 idiomas, português e inglês, em forma de garantir, né, uma maior competitividade e para facilitar o apetite das empresas que se encontram fora do nosso país. Está permitida a participação de empresas brasileiras e estrangeiras, instituições financeiras, fundos de investimento e entidades de previdência complementar. Consórcio é permitido dar no máximo de 3 consorciados e a garantia de execução por 1% do valor do contrato. Oi.
A gente está escutando super mal o seu fone de ouvido. Caiu muita qualidade. Será que o Silvano pode entrar?
Apologies, your sound quality is very, very poor, and we cannot hear you clearly. Can maybe Silvano take over? No problem. Let me try and improve my sound quality. Just one moment, please. Bear with me. Maybe Silvano can take over. Yes, sure, definitely. Can you all hear me? Is the sound clear now? Yes, it is. It's very good. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Silvano, trabajo en la compañía de agua esgoto de Ceará, Carrece. A continuación voy a hacer la presentación que Astesiano empezó. Voy a hacer en portugués, que creo que es mais rápido. Bem, a modelagem jurídica, a Astesiano mostrou agora há pouco. A continuação, a gente previu.
I will continue, and as we heard, we have actually considered 2 different topologies and 2 payment methods, one fixed payment method, regardless of the volume, and also a variable payment. And each one
actually, well, is subject to different readjustments. In the case of the variable payments, they will be tied to the different market indexes on electric energy tariffs and chemicals, whereas the fixed payments will be readjusted according to the Brazilian indexes or taxes for civil construction, the exchange rate. An ordinary review will be conducted every 12 months and afterwards every 4 years. Initially, 12 months, and later every 4 years. As for the risks, the possible risk, well, we would have to analyze them on a case-by-case basis. Conflict resolution, a dispute resolution committee will be set up, and we will resort to international arbitration measures, resorting to the ICC and the provisional measures from the local court in Fortaleza City. As far as risk goes, well, we have a risk matrix at different levels: financial, legal, engineering, environmental, and we have listed a few of them here on this slide. The first being related to delays or non-obtention of previous licenses, early licenses. This would be a shared responsibility, obtaining a license, and they went to tender without the license, but they already had access to the guidelines for obtaining a license. Among the guidelines, we have the environmental study, and the study should be carried out by the private partner, and the state of Ceará would take on this responsibility of building awareness in regards to, among authorities, in regards to the priority construction of the project or execution of the project. In the case of EAI RIMA, this responsibility is transferred to the concessionaire, since they are responsible for hiring the staff and meeting the deadlines, obtaining approval and licenses. And delays in the lease areas or grants could also cause delays to the program, and as provided for this concrete case, we actually accounted for the plot of land only, and posteriorly this will be handed to the concessionaire. And risks that are related to tariff adjustments that go beyond the expected price, this would be negotiated with the regulatory body, AFI, which regulates CAGEF. This body does not regulate the contract. This PPP, it regulates CAGEF rather, which in turn, based on the reviews, they can request readjustment that is equivalent to the tariffs. As mentioned before, this is a 30-year concession to build a plant for 1 cubic meter per second capacity. The state body that is responsible for the concession and the follow-up, the monitoring, is CAGEF. And this was determined in July 2021. The overall contract value is 3.1 billion reals. The fixed installments, 5 million per month, and the variable price, 1.80 real per cubic meter of water that is supplied 4 groups were involved, and the winner is one group that is made up by 2 Brazilian companies, Marquis construction companies from Brazil, and the Abengoa SA from Spain. Revenue streams, revenue sources, well, revenues resulting from the monthly payments provided by CAGES, and some additional revenues that the private partner can seek. But it is mandatory for the private partner to seek for revenue streams, additional revenue streams, additional businesses that can be developed, that can be provided, services that can be provided by the existing plant, as businesses that can be identified as feasible. And in the accountability, well, or payments, there's a counter payment, there's a fixed payment covering for infrastructure costs, financing or credit costs. And the variable payments comprise for the operating costs that are related to electric energy, chemicals, and third-party services. I should point out that the model for variable payments is based on a monthly volume that is assessed, that is determined in accordance to CAGES's guidelines, and an overall performance indicator. As for the assets, considering it's a concession, they are reversible by the end of the contract with maintenance obligations after 30-year period of the concession, with, of course, inspections performed by CAGES to make sure the infrastructure is properly maintained. Variable payments, well, CAGES can demand determined volumes of water or not according to their needs, and there's a deadline for the concessionaires to adapt, to prepare to meet these requirements. They have a 30-day period, grace period, so to speak, and there's a minimum level that will be requested according to the capacity. And similarly, CAGES will provide 30 days for concessionaire to stop the production through an interruption order in case CAGES no longer needs the water for a period of time. Moreover, we have a suspension order that is provided to, in the case there's a need to address issues, maintenance, looking at quality problems or water supply problems. And here, this is the state of Ceará, up in the northeastern portion of Brazil, where we have the semi-arid region in Brazil in yellow, as we can see on the map, which is similar. Well, the capital of the state of Ceará is Fortaleza. As you can see, there's no raw water production, no reservoirs here to store rainwater aquifers with a significant volume to supply water to the population. Fortaleza has over 2.5 million inhabitants, and the neighboring cities in the metropolitan region over 3.3 million inhabitants, and the water that reaches the capital is imported through different systems and piping systems that are integrated in this network, this grid in Gastão, 220 kilometers away. And there's also a transposition system that was built to bring water from other states, the state of Pernambuco, the transposition of the San Francisco River down below, which extends this stretch in over 200 kilometers, and we will soon receive water from over 600 kilometers away to guarantee the water supply to the capital city. Of course, this implies costs, additional costs to bring water from far away cities. It's a more complex system, and we're also bringing water from the inland Ceará and other states, that water that could be used elsewhere in agriculture and manufacturing plants. With this in mind, we are actually acquiring two water sources: the water matrix that supplies water to the capital region through desalination plants, and we're also designing a reuse system to meet the PECIM port industrial hub, manufacturing hub. We also conducted simultaneous studies to assess how robust the existing infrastructure is, and there were simulations that were made considering over 50 years of rainfall in the state, in the basins that store the water from the reservoirs in different climate change scenarios. We simulated hundreds of scenarios and found that without desalination, 36% of the scenario indicated there was a risk of lack of supply, of shortage of water to the capital city, and we then set out to search for other sources, water sources. We cannot rely on the local climate conditions. Back to the project, we designed two different points for water supply in Fortaleza city, the capital, and this is the supply system, an integrated system that supplies water to Fortaleza capital city and neighboring cities. It would be more feasible for the water to be supplied to two different sites, up to the northern portion of the capital city, close to the port, and a central region, a dense region to the west, with around 400 liters for this region, 600 liters supplied to this region. To the left-hand side, the infrastructure has, well, the water intake, raw water intake system, a 2-kilometer pipe system, and 1-kilometer long pipe system, underwater pipe system. Back to the contract. Yes?
A gente tem atendente esperando a gente. Se você puder ir já encerrando.
Sorry, we need to ask you to please make it short, maybe 2 more slides before we adjourn. Definitely, thank you. So here we have the indicators, looking at quality, environmental aspects, and contract governance. Well, under the concessionaire, we have the service provider, extraordinary revenues, additional revenues. As for the hiring party, well, you have the local authority and the volumes that will be provided. The state of Ceará, we have just hired one implementation inspection company
Isso na fase pré-operacional do empreendimento.
For the pre-operating phase, and during the operating phase, we will resort to an independent assessor or consulting who will define how much CAGES should pay the private party. Next steps going forward, we are obtaining the LTLI licenses and concluding the basic project, initiating the executive projects. The plant will begin construction works 24, conclusion by 26. Operations should begin in early 26. Apologies for the delay, and these are the team members that are involved in the project. by Plug and by Cagetzi. Thank you once again for your attention, and we'll be glad to take your questions. Thank you very much, Silvano. No sound? Oh, I should point out the institutional governance mechanism.
Eu posso repetir depois, mas agradeço muito, Silvano e a Ticiane.
Thank you, Silvano and Tiziani. Without further ado,
Obrigada.
Thank you once again.
Muchas gracias a todos, sobre todo a los colegas que han presentado la experiencia
I
brasileña.
wanted to thank everyone, especially those who presented the experience in Brazil and Peru. I'm sorry that we had to rush you, but we wanted to get as much content as possible. This will be a great opportunity to establish a dialogue with the concession firms in Chile. They would be very interested in hearing more about both cases, so I can set up that contact to generate a bilateral contact. So with no further ado, I would like to welcome, for closing remarks, I would like to welcome several speakers, the Superintendent Jorge Rivas Chaparro, who is a water engineer from the University of Chile, and he has a master's in comprehensive water cycle. Mr. Rivas, it's a pleasure to have you with us for these closing remarks, and I give you the floor. Good afternoon, and thank you. The truth is, I really appreciate your invitation. I wanted to thank the IDB's team, as well as concessions from the Ministry of Public Works. I thank them for inviting us to take part. For us, as the health authority here in Chile, we regulate the sanitation companies that provide potable water and sanitation services. And it has been very interesting to hear that one of the key points in this transition being experienced in several countries is the contribution made by different institutions. And in fact, for some years now, not all that many, we have been engaged in this process, looking at the problems brought by climate change. I know that some countries have made good progress. Others are basically where we are. So all of these experiences are very valuable in terms of moving forward. Now, as a bit of context, here in this country, we have a tremendous water deficit, especially in the center of the country, the northern central area. So all of the sources that were easier to work with, the aquifer, the underground water supply, all of that was easier to tap into, but now we're looking to the ocean and also looking at wastewaters that are being dumped in the ocean. So these are two very important sources for the country, and we as a superintendency are promoting both alternatives. Both alternatives complement each other. There are problems with both options, problems that are high cost, and these are things that take a long time to implement. It takes several years, and we heard that in today's event. And they also challenge our governance as a country, because there are many different institutions that are involved in decision-making to build this high-cost infrastructure. Here I'm talking about desalination plants. So it's been very interesting to hear from others. And as we make a decision, are we going to reuse treated wastewater? Should we build a desalination plant? That's a decision that needs to be made as soon as possible, because right now we need new water sources. So we have listened with great interest to what has been done elsewhere. We need to move ahead, and this is a very attractive business model that we're hearing about, and that is the possibility of a public-private contribution in the hands of the public ministry. Our tariff model in Chile is a bit different, where private companies that provide these services are in charge of making the investment. But in having to deal with the high cost of a desalination plant, this would become a public policy decision. And here the country has to decide how to deal with this. And so now we see this PPP option as something that is of great interest. Right now, we're studying in detail all of this model. We're looking at all of these initiatives with the hope that they will be a feasible solution within our Chilean tariff model in the area of water and sanitation. So I just wanted to thank you. Everything that we have heard has been very interesting. And of course, we will continue to work closely with the Ministry of Public Works, with the Directorate of Concessions, because we hope to be able to carry out some of these initiatives. So I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to congratulate all of the speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you for those closing remarks. And now to close the event, I call on Gastón from the IDB. Thank you, Ancor. I don't want to take all that much time. It's been a long day, but I wanted to thank our hosts, especially I want to thank Juan for all of the excellent work that went into preparing this workshop. I think that this has been a day of sharing experiences, looking at best practices. It's been well balanced, looking at regional experiences as well as the cutting edge internationally. I wanted to thank the support that we receive from the Embassy of Israel, all of the Israeli authorities that were willing to share their lengthy experience in this area with us. And at the same time, I wanted to thank them for their preliminary recommendations. They talked about how we could tackle a project of this size. As the superintendent just said, these are truly pillars of public policy, and definitely there is a very important need for public involvement. At the same time, I want to thank Spain for the different experiences shared with us. We heard from the Desalination Association, and also we heard from Arantxa, who told us what Alma Water Solutions is doing. Juan Pablo Negroni from IDE was with us all day and shared with us experiences with different technologies. Expert Domingo Sarso Martinez, who basically provided us a 1.0 guide on how to implement a desalination project and how to better understand these technologies. Another important part for us as part of the IDB team is to be able to connect the experiences within the Americas with other parts of the world. So this final panel where we heard from Peru and Brazil, despite the technological challenges, I think that that session will allow us to later hold bilaterals, share experiences, so that the team can gather more information, learn more details. Also, I wanted to thank all of the specialists from the IDB group, Carissa, who has been with us as a public-private coordinator, Florencia Todema, our manager, the office here in Santiago, also the water and sanitation division. For us, it's very important for you to want to work with us so that we can support you in providing technical input so as to be able to make a wise decision regarding the model that is most suitable. And hopefully you'll be able to work with our private arm, IDB Invest. So thank you very much.